Yes? If those Delamgon are right, you and I are stuck with our awakenings. Not quite the news I was hoping for.
Aloth sounds sad. I think I understand why. Aris asks, I'm concerned about you. How are you taking this?
Oh, the knowledge that a barely civilized bumpkin will share my mind and body for the rest of my life? That's kind of you to ask. I'd always believed that Isselmere was an ailment I could cure myself of one day. But now, to think she'll be around forever.
Aloth crosses his arms. Aris asks, you mean how she's stuck with you?
You two deserve each other.
Aloth shakes his head. Aloth sighs, and on the bright side, I've got plenty of time to figure out how to deal with her. Aris asks, you've got to make that decision. What do you think?
I've been thinking about it a lot lately. About her recklessness, her unpredictability, about how my own irresolution is to blame. I need to start taking control, and that begins here.
Aloth is quiet for several seconds. Even as he says it, something struggles within him. The muscles in his face twitch and his skin quivers. His eyes roll back in his skull, exposing slivers of white. Sweat beads and glistens on his forehead. After several seconds, he sighs and looks back at you. That wasn't as difficult as I expected, says Aloth. I think deep down I'd always hoped to find a solution elsewhere. When I was a child, I always thought my mother would come home with a mysterious cure, or that my father, without knowing it, could somehow send her away just as he'd called her forth. I can't pretend that I didn't spend years of my arcane training hoping that one of my instructors would have the answer somewhere in his grimoire. When I joined the Leaden Key, I hoped and believed that, with enough loyal service, I'd gain the ear of someone in the organization who could help me. Even when I met you and I realized your unique talents, I hoped that you might be able to reach into my soul the way I've seen you do with so many others. But Aris did. Back in Brackenberry. In the Institute. What was it called? The place where they treat people with soul sickness using animancy? I forgot what it's called. But Aris did peer into your soul, Aloth, when that Vailian woman was applying devices on your head to try to pinpoint the source of your problem. Aloth continues, I'd been looking for someone else to solve my problem, and now I realize that I've got to face it on my own. Aris asks, you haven't been on your own. I got you through Brackenberry, remember?
I remember well. You've been a capable leader for this expedition and an invaluable mentor to me. I won't forget what I've learned from you. That reminds me of something else the Delamgon said. About the gods not being real.
A cautious, thoughtful look crosses Aloth's face. He says it quietly as if afraid someone might overhear him. I didn't catch that. When did the Delimgan said about the gods not being real? I listened to all that Rihenan and the other Delimgan had to say, and none of what they say implies that the gods are not real. How did you come to this conclusion, Aloth? Aris says, they did tell us to pray to the gods, so that can't be entirely true.
Yes, I suppose so. Still, I can't help but worry at the state we'd be in if that were somehow true. If there were no power guiding us in this life and shepherding us to the next.
Aloth, I don't remember the Delimgan saying that the gods do not exist. Maybe I missed it? Maybe the Delimgans implied it, and it went over my head? I don't know, I had to rewatch the conversation with the Delimgans. Should I make Aris tease Aloth, just to lighten up the mood? Aris says, then Iselmir would just be a happy accident, and you'd have no one to blame for her.
Yes, that would take the fun out of it.
Aloth smirks. Okay, I'm glad that Aloth takes the joke. Well, I don't wanna make Aris makes jokes that rile up his companions. That's not good. Aris says, while we're stopped, let's discuss something else. Aloth looks at you with quiet attentiveness. How may I be of service? Aris says, you've finally gotten control of Iselmir. Do you feel any different? Aloth says, just calmer, content. It's odd, for so long I fought her, lashing out at her intrusions and incursions without actually stopping her. I wasn't used to taking indecisive action, and I didn't believe I'd have power over someone who had infiltrated my own mind. Aloth smiled slowly. It was a pleasant surprise to see that I was wrong. Okay? Alright.
Hmm? Of course.
Seal the frost-hewn breach. Oh? Is this the wizard that Alwa talked about? Glasval. As you near the platform, the temperature drops sharply. Something saps every last bit of warmth from the air, leaving the breath of your lungs cold as it escapes your lips. You see a doorway filled in with glowing eyes. Silhouetted against it is an elven man, his arms outstretched.
What have you done? This useless slaughter, Please, just let me finish what we came here to do.
Glasval, the pale elf, turns to look at you. Exhaustion written on his elegant face. He rubs one red eye with the heel of his hand, and you notice that his little finger has shriveled to a blackened nub. Oh. Do they need to be cut off? His eyes rise to the carnage around you. He looks back at the wall of ice. Aris says, Rimergan sent me to close the frost-hewn breach. Glasval's red eyes widen. You are a man of compassion. Would you trap us here another 100 lifetimes? Glasval shakes his head, weariness creeping back into his eyes. We cannot continue like this. We've got to find a way into the white void. Aris, okay. So this Glasval want to end the cycle of incarnations, perhaps? Aris asks, the white void.
Rimergon's domain. A place where all things are mingled like snowflakes in a blizzard. It's a vortex of such chaos that even the beast of winter himself could not calculate the trajectory of the infinite particles of essence there. As souls are broken down over successive reincarnations, they become part of the white void. It is a place where all things find perfect unity and freedom. The frost-hewn breach is a weak spot in the barrier between us and the white void. Thin ice on a frozen lake. We've come from the white that wends to find it.
Glasval glances at the ice-filled doorway. Aris asks, and you want to open the breach?
So that we can die, permanently. We've lived more lifetimes than any mortal should. We've been faithful followers of Rimergon since our earliest incarnations. He's the god of entropy. Why would he force us to be reborn again and again?
Glasval shakes his head.
But if anything could pass through the frost-hewn breach, it would enter directly into the white void. This death is overdue for us. We just have to find a way through.
Glasval reaches toward the ice-filled passage, letting the waves of cold wash over him. Aris says, tell me about you and your people.
We call ourselves Glamfellen. Most here know us as Pale Elves. We hail from the white that wends, a glacial continent at the southernmost edge of Aora.
Sagani nods. They are nomads, hardy lot. Some of the tribes occasionally spend a season in southern Nasitak.
We received a watcher in our lands a season ago and paid her to tell us of the origins of our souls. We wanted to contemplate the essence that fills us and consider how Rimergond might shatter and sow us once our days are spent. We were not prepared for what we learned.
Glasval bows his head and presses his bloodless lips together. What did you learn? Tell me, now. Glasval says, I don't think the Watcher was, either. She explained that every one of us had been reborn whole into the clan over centuries, generations spanning back to the first days our people set foot on the white that wends. We had all been cut off from the mercy our God promises. That night we began awakening, experiencing fragments of our past lives, old hatreds, dead passions, tangled memories. It illuminated nothing but the realization that we are doomed to live 1,000 pointless lives, never closer to Rimergan's salvation. That sounds sad, if you think about it. Aloth's lips are pressed together, thin and bloodless. A dark expression hangs in his eyes. Wait, does Aloth know something? Spit it out, Aloth. Glasval says we want to die. We want Rimergan to scatter our souls into the ether, that their million fragments might join with the white void. Glasval looks at his hands and the single frostbitten finger. My magic hasn't found a way through the frost-hewn breach yet, but there must be one. Aris doesn't know what you know about this world and the origin of the souls. However, if Aris doesn't close the breach, the ice will keep growing, as one of the locals implies, and that the ice might one day consume all of Twin Elms. And maybe it won't just consume Twin Elms. One day it might even reach Dirwood and Kaitnua. Aris's self-serving desire also includes the survival of Kaidnua as long as he is still the lord of it. And for that, Aris doesn't want this ice to keep growing and one day reach Kaidnua. But perhaps, when the time comes for the ice to reach Kaidnua, maybe Aris would have died already, of old age, or because of some other violent cause. And yeah, he would be reborn into a different life. So, but again, there is no telling what will happen if the bridge is kept open. Aris doesn't want to risk it. I'm sorry, Glasval. Aris says, you can't oppose the will of a god. Glasval laughs, but his eyes do not. You think that because Rimergan spoke to you in a dream, you can march in here and tell us about his will? Or that your elegant words will direct our faith? We've followed him and suffered by him for almost as long as this temple has stood. Now, we seek the very end that he promises. Do not lecture me about my duties to my god. Alright. If Aris try to negotiate using resolve, let's say it succeeded, there's no guarantee that one day they will change their mind. But if Aris attack them, of course they will die, but their souls will be incarnated. But there is still a chance that their incarnated souls will not have an awakening, so they won't remember what they were trying to do here. But I guess one could also argue, if you let them go, there is also a chance that they don't change their mind, and they will not try to do this again. What would Aris do in this situation? Aris says, fine, you want to die? I can help with that.
I bring your end.
The ice is as hard and solid as stone. The ice is as hard and solid as stone. Wait, what? A trap? Where is it? The gleaming wall of ice seems to leach all of the warmth from the room. The cold sears your skin, and you draw back before touching it. A pedestal of black ice rises from the floor. Long finger-like ice crystals as hard and clear as diamond surround and pierce the altar. A hole has been gouged out of the middle of the altar, though it can't be more than a few inches deep. It sucks the air around you. Plug the hole with Rimergan's shard. This is kinky. The shard fits perfectly. As it settles into place, the cold around the altar dissipates. Similarly, the portal before you seems to thicken, and the mysterious seepage tapers off. Okay, return to Ter Evron. Wait. Return to Ter Evron? But I haven't done the other tasks. I've completed the task Rimmergan gave me. Now I can return to Ter Evron to ask for his blessing. Wait a minute. So it's enough to just have the blessing of one deity to pass through to the sun in shadow? I don't have to do the other tasks? Okay, let me test it, okay? Let me test it. I'm going to go back to Ter Evron, get Rimmergan's blessing and see if it's enough to get into the sun in shadow. If it turns out to be enough to only get the blessing of one deity to pass through into one in shadow, I mean sun in shadow, then I will still try to complete the other tasks, except the task of killing Erona and the Dwarven Keeper at Blood Sands. However, if it succeeds and it makes the other tasks fail, then yeah, I will quick load. Yeah, come on, okay. Where is it? Wait. I don't remember, I think I've changed my keyboard bindings. Let me check it again. Potions. Scrolls and food items can be created by clicking on the crafting button in any party member's inventory. I see. Alwa. The Orlan stands under the open sky, taking deep breaths of fresh air. Feels like I've been reborn. She thumps you on the shoulder. Come by the maw sometime. The rest of the Fangs will want to meet the cunning Estramor who freed me. Okay. Where is your sister? The one who sent you here to investigate. Okay, I'm going to see if it's enough to have one deity's blessing to proceed to the sun in shadow. And if it fails the other quest, then I'm going to reload. Because I want to pursue the other quests. But I'm not sure if I want to pursue the quest to kill Erona and the Dwarven Keeper in Blood Sands. Tribeswoman says, I didn't think I'd feel the warmth return to old song. Really? Fang's first blade says, we'll make short work of them again, this I claim. Them? Are you referring to Deerwood? Fang's Wilder woman says, a matter of time. A matter of time for what? Worried Hunter says, we've never tracked a man like this one. They must be referring to Thaus. Warrior says, even the mightiest Telgar will kill the weakest vermin when her cubs are threatened. What? That doesn't make sense. I mean, the saying, the idiom. Why would the mightiest Stelgaer would be worried about the weakest vermin in the first place?
What do you wish to know? Until we meet again, old one. What do you wish to know? Until we meet again.
Until we meet again. Delem guns. Pillars of Eternity has been made possible through the contributions of more than 77,000 fans. We at Obsidian wish to extend blah blah blah. Okay, let's save first. Okay? I don't want to fail the other quests. Where is Rimmergan? Okay, that's it. Once more you approach the shrine and the constellation of the Beast of Winter. This time the cold emanating from the shrine is unmistakable. A thin frost has formed upon the edges of the stone. Pray to Rimmergan. You pray again and the vision of the white plain emerges. The driving wind returns in a chaos of whirling snow. Something moves at the center of the blizzard, plodding but relentless. As the snowstorm gets closer, you see an aurochs, as colossal and slow as a glacier. Its shaggy white hair is matted with frost, but beneath it, ribs like a ship's frame protrude. Is it starving? Kana says, the beast of winter. I've seen its shape prowling the walls of many an ancient ruin. Okay, I just realized. Aris isn't the only one that can see the vision, but his companions also see the visions here. Interesting. A man emaciated and almost naked huddles at the beast's legs. His body is scored with lash marks and his nose and ears have been carved from his face. His black eyes pierce the white out. Aloth leans forward. By the will, it's Skyen. The constellation does feature Rimmergan, Skyle, and Ondra. The aurochs stops and stands before you, enveloping you in the violent blizzard that surrounds it. Though its mouth does not move, the beast speaks in a deep, thunderous voice.
A clan of Glamfelin ventured from the white that wends to find the crack in the ice. When you sealed it, you damned their souls to a slow weathering here, one they had sought to escape.
I don't understand you, Rimmergan. You ask Aris to close the bridge. Now that Aris has closed the bridge, you complain about it? Or at least you're questioning why did Aris close the bridge? It was your order, your will, that Aris has done. What's wrong with you? Aris says, this was what your vision directed.
A fitting reply from an obedient servant. You seek always the correct answer, like a solution to a riddle.
Ah, it's Skyen speaking now. I hope he's not... Okay, listen. I don't remember, did Aris spare the life of the Skyen priest back in Dirford? I think he did. Okay, Skyen, listen. Aris spared the life of a Skyen priest back in Dirford, and he went along with his plans of brainwashing the noble's daughter. No, not daughter, the noble's niece. So maybe you can give Aris a favor here, right? The scarred man rubs his hands together and nods, simpering and craven.
For each there is a season watcher. Winter's shroud covers all things in its time. The heat and energy of life dissipates, and untethered essence fades into chaos. but entropy is a chisel of ice and a hammer of wind. It is not for mortals to wield these tools.
The world shudders beneath you, and a great crack echoes across the wide expanse. The ice splits at your feet, waves lapping through the rift. I guess it's Ondra's turn to speak now. A low, melancholy voice rises from the depths.
I did not expect we would meet again so soon. You destroyed the army that threatened your life.
Ah, you mean the eyeless? Yes. With your blessings, though. You're the one who, you know, you and Aris had a conversation back in the Abbey of Fallen Moon. And after some conversations and some persuasion, you agreed. You gave your blessing to Aris to destroy the eyeless. You even gave Aris the location of the eyeless, right? I hope you're not regretting that decision. Why would Aris choose number 3? How does he expect to challenge a deity? He's just a mortal, right? It's not as if he has some methods to challenge a deity. If a deity decides to crush Aris, I assume it would be as easy as flipping a hand. So, option number 3 is foolish. Aris says, I didn't think we would either, but I'm told I need your help.
What is it you seek?
Aris says, Thaos Ix Arcanon, the man responsible for my current plight. Okay, I think Aris no longer concerned about Thaos. I think right now, he just wants to know what happened in his past lives. Aris says, understanding of who I was and what my past means now.
Your past is one of loss and sorrow. The key to it is Theos, a man who has been forgotten to you for many lifetimes.
Yet there is a greater plot at work here, Watcher. Theos acts not for himself. He is the Burned Queen's quiet slave, a master of secrets and schemes.
You mean Wodica? Skyne's beady black eyes glint. I remember there is a book, I think, in the sewers that I encounter when I met an Orlan in the Defiance Base sewers. An Orlan who was trying to avoid the capture by the Crucible Knights. And I think Aris sent him to Dirford, and they met again at the tavern. I remember the book talk about how Wodica will return and exact justice that even the deities cannot escape. I mean, well, I am paraphrasing, but the book implies that Wodica will have revenge upon the deities. What happened between Wodica and the other deities? I wonder.
Theos is a winter gale, unseen by the world even while he carves and shapes it. Wodica directs him, sending him to wipe her enemies from Eora.
Oh, enemy of Wodica. When you say enemies, do you mean you and the other deities, Rimmergan? Please be specific.
And animancy as well. He would see those secrets lost, the knowledge forgotten.
The waves whisper. Why?
And he would see his mistress grow fat on the essence of thousands. For her, he has harvested the unborn souls of the Deerwood.
Ah, it's impossible to tell whether Skyne's ragged expression is a smile or a snarl. Okay, so that's the reason why Thaos initiated the Hollowborn epidemic. So the souls that are supposed to be reborn in the baby's body, is instead consumed by Wodika, right? Why? But for what? To strengthen Wodika? So she can be powerful enough to fight the other deities? Aris asks, what does Wodika want with these souls?
To consume them, to collect her evaporating power, rebuilding what the turning ages have stripped from her.
The gaunt aurochs seem to sigh as freezing winds tug at its fur. The turning ages, what's that?
She would reclaim her status like an island of silt dredged from the sea.
So Wodika is disgraced. What happened actually? Now I'm becoming more curious and curious.
With this fresh, raw essence, Wodika will seize power over those gods and kith who have refused to acknowledge her authority. The ultimate act of vengeance.
Acts of vengeance indeed, just like the book implies. Wodika wants to exact revenge against the deities. But why? What happened? Is it something similar to what happened to Abidon? Maybe Wodika was killed, like how Abidon was killed by Ondra's action of calling the moon Ioni brother. Aris asks, why does Thaos hate animancy?
He believes that some knowledge is best lost to mortals.
The waves break quietly against the ice for several seconds.
More importantly, Wodika despises it, and he yields to the will of the exiled queen in all things.
Skyen mimes an exaggerated bow. Exiled queen in all things. Aloth says, I realize his methods have been questionable, but might not he be right? Right about what, Aloth? I don't follow you. Aris asks, what now?
Theos has removed these souls from the cycle. They are ice melting in the sun. Let them fade.
Rimmergan's deep, slow voice echoes across the glacier.
Let them forget this world and be forgotten by it.
Waves crash in agreement.
Take the souls she so desires and grind them into dust. Let her see her careful schemes thoroughly ruined.
Skyen grins, still huddled next to one of the beast's woolly legs. Eder says, the last one sounded a little nastier than the other two. Yeah, I agreed, Eder. For several seconds, the waves wash quietly against the ice and the aurochs stand silently amidst the churning flurries.
It is the destiny of all things to crumble and join the chaos that follows this world. Some seek it willingly, as you have seen.
To mingle, roiled and stirred by the tides of the universe. It is not an unkind fate.
Okay, option number 1 pretty much explains what Ondra and Rimmergan and Skyen wants Aris to do. I mean, what Ondra, Skyen and Rimmergan wants to happen to the soul harvested by Wodika. They would give the souls the very fate that the Glamfellen sought. So eternal death, no more incarnations. But the question is why? Aris asks, why do you oppose Wodika?
She desires to order chaos and shackle the agents of change in the world. Under her, all things would remain static and frozen according to her laws.
The aurochs shakes its hoary mane, exposing its prominent ribs. Under her, all things would remain static and frozen according to her laws. So this implies that the other deities favor change and chaos, while Wodika is the only deity that favors order and static. I don't know. Yeah, so Wodika is for order and static condition, while the other deities favors change and chaos. So what is the reasoning behind what Wodika wants and what the other deities want?
Even now, she only barely keeps the pact of the gods to leave the affairs of Kith in mortal hands. She moves in Theos where she cannot move directly.
Okay. Yeah, just like Ondra implied earlier, before in the White March, the deities have a gentleman's agreement not to act directly, to intervene with Kith. However, indirectly is allowed. I guess that's why Wodika is acting through Thaos instead of acting directly, like how Ondra did with Ioni brother, and how Abidon acted directly, destroying the moon and using his body as shield against the fragments of the moon. Yeah, like I said in the previous videos, the deities have gentleman's agreement, but it seems they have no problem violating this gentleman's agreement when they feel like doing it. Interesting. Exceptions to the rules. Well, they are the deities, they make the rules, and they alone have the right to veto the rules.
And so we call on you to do the same. Such are the schemes of the queen that was.
Skyne's laughter is thin and shrill. Aris says, "You would give these souls the very fate you sought to deny the Glamfellan pilgrims."
I am the beast of winter. I neither speed nor alter my path for the whims and desires of Kith. I take souls at the time of my choosing, be it mote by mote or in a sudden tempest of chaos.
The Auroch snorts, "But of course, Rimmergan, we are but mere mortals. You deities, of course, have the power to do whatever you want." I understand. I'm just asking for clarification though. Not trying to challenge you deities.
These souls, they have already forgotten their place in this world. They have been lost to existence. Let them be memorialized and mourned for an age and then forgotten entirely.
The waves rise beseeching you. Okay, Ondra says these souls, they have already forgotten their place in the world. So Ondra implies that a soul that is not reincarnated into a new body will eventually lose its memories. Ah, okay. Aris says, "I'll seek Thaos in sun in shadow."
When you reach the burial isle, we will send lost souls to guide you through the pit. This is our gift to you. What you do after you face Theos will be your choice, but we would have you set the stolen essence adrift.
And whether you would heed us or no, understand that our end comes to all things eventually. Help us achieve it, and we shall reward you now with a power to rival Theos's.
Rimmergan, the beast, advances.
But do not choose lightly. We forget nothing, least of all a betrayal.
I understand. Of course. Why would Aris want to challenge deities unless Aris himself possess the power to rival deities, which I don't think he will ever be. Of course, Ondra, Rimmergan, Skyn, I'm not here to, to challenge your authorities, just having conversations. Aris says, I would hear what the other gods have to say first. Okay, I see.
Do not wait forever.
Okay,
We wait, but Theos does not.
Rimmergan continues toward you, swallowing you in a blinding, deafening snowstorm. You experience a dizzying, exhilarating disorientation, oblivious to the landscape around you and even the reality of your own body. You hear a noise that could be the shrieking winds or Skyn's screeching crackle, and then it recedes with everything else. Okay, so the choice I just took implies that the other deities might have different ideas and plans about what to do. Interesting. Rimmergan reappears in the distance, trudging away from you, and the whiteout follows him as the vision of snow fades. It leaves in its wake the flagstones of Teir Evron. Talk to Durans about Wodika. Okay. Descend the pit in the burial isle to Braith Eaman. Grand adventure completed. Verse returns to the stronghold with 1952 experience and money. Spoils await in the Great Hall treasury chest. Okay, are the other quests fail or... I still have them. Fine, I'm going to pursue this quest then. So Ondra, Rimmergan and Skyn wants me to go to the burial isle to release the soul and I guess destroy it. Let me check the journal. No, not this. Into the white void. Okay, what did Ondra, Skyn and Rimmergan want me to do? This one? Okay. I've learned from Sitha and Rihenan. No, not this. Okay, this is the one. Descend the pit in the burial isle to Braith Eaman. Now that I have a divine favor, I can travel to the burial isle and pursue Thaus. It seems, however, that the gods are willing to offer a great power in exchange for a promise to deal with the stolen souls in the manner of their choosing. There would, however, be a price for betrayal. Okay, so yeah, Skyn, Rimmergan and Ondra wants me... I guess they want me to let the soul pass through. They want the soul to not be reincarnated, but destroyed. Because Ondra implies that because these souls have been prevented from reincarnation, that they have forgotten their memories, and so they have lost to existence. Why is it that Skyn, Ondra and Rimmergan insist that the soul has to remember their past lives? Who knows? They're deities. They can do whatever they want for whatever reason. Kids are just... yeah. They have the right to veto, the deities. And also, they don't need to explain to the kith why they do things, why they desire things, I guess. Okay, let's pursue the other quest then. Let's go to the Fang's Maw. So, the other quests are not failed. So I can pursue the other quest and see what the other deities want me to do. I assume what they want me to do is different from what Rimergan, Skyn and Ondra wants me to do. Yeah. Come on. Equipping a shield increases a character's deflection. Larger shields can negatively impact a character's accuracy.
What do you wish to know? Until we meet again, old
Okay,
one.
Shiva, Rihenan. Oh,
Stop right there!
soldier, stop right there. Why? Iovara? Wait,
You're in the
Iovara.
wrong city, Inquisitor.
The phantom soldier raises his short sword to your chest. I remember Iovara. In one of the vision with Thaus. She's the priest that is, according to Thaus, is doing things that are against Thaus's plans. Right? She is protected by one king, but in a different kingdom, she will not be protected, and Thaus wants to lure her there. Soldiers,
Did you think you wouldn't be recognized here in your old home? I've seen your trials with my own eyes.
I've seen you light pyres with good people tied to them, people I'd known many a year. He seizes you by the throat and your airway tightens. Whether real or imagined you cannot tell. They deserve your confession. He raises the point of his sword, holding it a hair's breadth from your eye.
Thuros, what are you doing?
This is Iovara. Startled, the soldier releases you immediately and turns to face the speaker. A woman in a plain wool tunic, fully a head shorter than he but somehow seeming to tower over him. You have seen this woman's face before, but from afar, bloodied and burned as she lay stretched across an iron wheel. At the moment it is marked only with concern. Yeah, I remember that vision that Aris had, when Iovara was tortured by Thaus.
An assassin sent by the Inquisition, my lady, daring to approach our camp.
So the soldier's name is Suros. Like the food like churros. Iovara says, if he is so poor an assassin as to approach an armed guard in daylight, I should have nothing to fear. I would hear what this man has to say. Iovara stares him down until he can no longer face her. He turns away sour-faced, watching you through sidelong glances, his knuckles white around the pommel of his sword. Iovara says,
Do I know you?
all right. Wait, what would Aris do in this particular life of his? Would he be honest or would he lie? Let's see what happens if Aris was honest. Aris says, Grand Inquisitor Thaus Ix Arcanon, dispatch me here to spy on you. Iovara doesn't blink. Are things as desperate as that over there? I'd never have known. I hope your next assignment is more stimulating. Listening to my lectures is dull work for a spy. Iovara looks harder at you. I do remember you. It was years ago when I was a missionary. Before all this, she shakes her head. Hard to imagine those days now, isn't it? What I wouldn't give. So I guess she defected from the leaden key to whatever it is she's doing now. She already has the ears of one king. According to Thaus, at least the ears of one king. Iovara continues, few of my followers are actually from these parts, and the soldiers were mostly conscripted from the countryside. It's a welcome thought to have someone around who knew Kratom in better days.
I would like for you to stay here in our camp as my guest.
My Lady Iovara, I beg of you. This is an Inquisitor. This is a desperate attempt on your life. The only way it can succeed is if you allow it to.
No longer able to remain quiet, the soldier approaches Iovara and puts his hand on her shoulder, turning her aside. His voice is hushed but by no means private.
This is a missionary, same as I was, taught the wrong things as I was. If I can't have faith in one man's ability to reason once he knows the truth, what hope do we have?
Iovara brushes his hand away with the calm grace of the resolute.
My lady, he admits being a spy.
Yeah, Aris is kind of dumb, like me. But Aris is much clever and smarter than I am. Me, I'm a real dumb. In a real life.
That should make him less of a threat, wouldn't you agree? I have nothing to hide. All I see here is an opportunity to persuade someone who could help us. We have many former missionaries here. They are our most loyal, our most helpful. Many have died for us. These are not people we should be turning away. And if the Inquisition wants my life, they can have it. But they know as well as I do that my cause will not die with me. Come, we have much to talk about.
I'm becoming more and more curious about what is the disagreements between Thaus and Iovara. What was Thaus tried to do in this time? And what was Iovara tried to do that contradicts Thaus? What were they trying to do? Please tell me the full story. Iovara beckons you somewhere behind her. Oh yeah, I need to speak to Durans, I guess. Wait a second, let me
What is it, Watcher?
Durans doesn't seem to recognize you for a second, then blinks, frowns. Aris asks, does what we learned about Wodika trouble you?
It stinks of her. It is justice, but if her greater purpose was to think Margaret would fall prey to such deceit. And Aethys, Widewind had always claimed to be invading Deerwood to free it. What if it were true? What if he had come to stop Woodika's plot before it began?
What? What? Durans's face contorts in fury. Okay, so Duran says that Magran fall prey to Wodika's deceit. And also now he's theorizing that Eothas through Widewind invading Deerwood is to stop Wodika's plot. What is really happening? What is going on? Durans, please explain to me.
Surely Aethys earned his death at Godhammer Citadel, but not for those reasons. Not to keep him silent. If such a thing has brought about this chaos...
Durans tilts his head as if listening to an inner voice. Then he frowns, the frown deepening as he speaks.
Must we always be tools of gods? If Wodika and Magrin, if they are the cause of this, the Hollowborn, if the purges were never necessary, if Aethys was fighting back...
I don't understand. Durans speaks in snippets and pieces of information, not the full story. It makes me confused. Duran's face collapses in fury, his body shaking. Wodika and Magran is the cause of the Hollowborn epidemic. Well, Wodika, yes, but what does Magran has to do with it? Oh, perhaps Magran was telling her followers to do the purge, to purge Eothasians, is a part of the plan that Wodika has woven, that Magran has complicit in. So what is really going on here? Aris asks, the purges? Yeah, let's just play coy for now. We want to milk as much information from Durans as possible.
We started saving the Eothasians from themselves, burning any that didn't die with their god. Heresy in Raed Ceres is one thing. Heresy here in the Deerwood comes with a more personal touch.
Durans becomes grimmer, his face setting. Aris asks, why the purges?
As I see it, every Eothasian who still lives in the Deerwood puts the nation at risk, is another dagger held to the throat of our faith. Root them out, burn them, or send them back to Raed Ceres to wallow in the blood of their failure.
Aris says, I wanted to ask about the region and its history. Durans grunts. Do you know anything of the Deerwood and the surrounding nations? Duran says, Deerwood's the best of them. Still has spirit, if a land can have one. It's a place where man can walk freely, even make new roads, and that's a rare thing in this world. Its generations, however, are damned, so no new footfalls may spell an end to it. Aris asks, do you mean the Hollowborn? Duran says yes, whatever twist Wodika has done to generations. And to think I thought it involved men and women, not their gods, and to use children as a lever against a stubborn door, for the sake of politics. As if the gods should be above that morphuli. Duran scoffs. I assume the problem was a thing born of women and men, nations driven by them always circling, within and without, the violent republics, Raed Ceres, the Saints' War, one big bladed spiral shredding everything around it. Aris asks, how do you feel about the violent republics? Duran snorts. Fortune seekers garbed in robes of office. Manipulators, traders and traitors all. Aris asks, don't hold them in high regard? Durans grunts. Any country so obsessed with style might as well be wearing scars over their eyes. Keep vigilant or they'll turn you into slaves as soon as ink dries on the trade treaty. The Deerwood and all its internal riches is too tempting, especially if someone else tames the country and the face painters for them. Oh, the face painters? You mean the Glanfathans? Aris asks, face painters? Durans waves his hand dismissively. Tribes, Glanfathans, cluster around the ruins like flies. Aris asks, what about Raed Ceres? Durans's face flushes, and a sheen of sweat forms on his brow. Too many adjectives to that so-called nation. Civil unrest, economic collapse, old tinder. Just needing the right spark. Some farmer shows up, takes a god into himself, then takes a crown on his head. This divine kingdom he tries to set up goes about as well as you'd expect. A trickle of sweat runs down the side of Durans's cheek, and sinks into his beard. Suddenly, the population of heretics goes up by about half and again, and Eothas starts turning his blood-stained gaze to every blasphemer he can find. Cleaning house is one way to put it. Durance's face darkens and his eye narrow. Purge is another. Put them and their god in their place though, with enough force to kill that dang country too. Aris asks, not a supporter of the country of Reatseras? Come on, Aris. After all that Durance said, you still don't know? Aloth passes by casually, muttering under his breath. Surely you know where this is going by now? Yes, Aloth. Durance says, it's not a country, it's a gathering of cowards, Aedir puppets. They used to be an optimistic bunch, a bright bunch. Durance laughs at bright as if a private joke. Was their undoing. Should have embraced their misery without letting a farmer lead them to a brighter ruin. Aedir. Is it true that Reatseras is Aedir puppets? What is the majority faith of Aedirans? Is it also the worship of Eothas, perhaps? Eder and his parents are worshippers of Eothas, and Eder said, after the purge, his parents sailed back to Aedir. So I assume that the majority of Aedirans are Eothasians, I guess. And maybe because of the same faith, the same majority faith between Aedir and Reatseras, there is some kind of a solidarity between Reatseras and Aedir, and I guess an alliance is formed. Maybe that's why Durance called Reatseras as Aedir puppets. And Durance laughs at Bright, as if a private joke. I guess he's referring to the Godhammer bomb. Durance continues, almost Eothas puppets too. Put an end to that. They dangled on his strings. Widewen dangled on theirs. They would never have had any success on the battlefield had not their god come down. The Saints' War, Durance snarls, needed to call on their god to have a chance. Aris says, tell me about the Saints' War. Durance's eyebrow draw together in a frown, then he grunts. Keep forgetting your feet are new to the Dirwood. The Saints' War.
Wasn't a war. It was a god stepping past himself. The country of Reatseras and all their heathens. They're paying for it now. Although by my count, the fire should have roared through their country with more force, catching all their souls. Truth, it wasn't even a war. It was a cautionary tale about pride. Specifically, Widewen's pride. He should have stayed a farmer.
The way Durance says, the fire should have roared through their country with more force, catching all their souls. It reminds me of some, not all, some Americans who keep saying, nuke this country, nuke that country, bomb them. Carpet bomb these people, carpet bomb that people, bomb these people, bomb that people, nuke this country, nuke that country. Durance reminds me of those people. So easy to say, nuke this country, nuke that country, bomb these people, bomb that people. Yeah. But I have to be fair. Some people like that, some people who are like that, they don't only come from one country though. I think many countries have this kind of people who so easily say and desires for their government to bomb these people, bomb that people, nuke this country, nuke that country. Interesting. Aris asks, what happened? Duran says, was, what, 15, 16 years ago? 2807? Duran pauses, then shakes his head and shrugs. My memories are back with the younger me. I don't hold on to dates. I hold on to actions and causes. The war was an act of arrogance, born straight from Reatsaras's twitching legs. A man thinking himself more than a man, Duran snorts. Want to kill someone? Tell him a god speaks through him. Then tell him he means him to lead, which puts him at the front of any army. And the army was as strong as you'd expect for Reatsaras. As sick as that country was to begin with, yet a war was likely just what they needed. So Durans imply Reatsaras as a nation has a strong military. I see. Aris asks, what was wrong with the country? Durans says, Reatsaras has its share of troubles. It deserves all of them. It deserved a wide win. He was the light that led them to flame. Reatsaras was in decline. Idea poison already eating its veins. Economic bleeding. The dying of their faith. Durans frowns. Then Vaidven, this farmer, claims to take up Eothas in the flesh and gives them the worst kind of hope. So according to Durans, I don't know how true is this, Aidir is actually exploiting Reatsaras. So it wasn't an alliance of win-win relationship. According to Durans, Aidir is exploiting Reatsaras. Ah, interesting. Aris asks what happened then. Duran says they crown him. Duran taps his head, making a slight bow. And when his face turns back to you, he's wearing a feral smile. They make him king, the worst kind of blasphemy. And once he wears the crown on his head and the god in his flesh, why, he starts making changes, divine changes. Duran's eyes blaze. Then he decides he's going to change us, save us. Aris asks how. Duran says he marches on the Deerwood to free us from our beliefs, like he freed the other souls in Reatsaras. Cold morn offers up its belly with no resistance, and it's spared, Duran's snarls. The bloodshed starts when he sacks Mercy Vale, a touch of irony that puts it to the flame. Yeah, Cold Morn, isn't it the place where Karok came from when she was still a kith? That place was then fell victim to the purge after the end of the Saints' War, right? And Karok's family got killed, got burned in their house. But hey, Karok found the last surviving perpetrators of that purge in Cold Morn. She found him and she killed him. I have no opinion about her desires, but it was unfortunate that the other woodcutters were there, so they had to be, they had to fall victim to Karok's vengeance as well. Aris asks, Cold Morn? Duran spits, snarls, cowards, and Cold Morn is an apt name for them. They lay still frozen while their fellows burn. They'll pay Magran's price one day for such cowardice. I think it was Karok who said this, or was it another NPC? But the reason why Cold Morn did not offer resistance because they didn't have a standing military. I think it was Karok who said that the people of Cold Morn did ask their lord for military to be there, but their lord is too busy somewhere else. So, when the place has no reasonable military presence, how does Durance expect them to give a resistance towards the Red Seran army? Durance is asking. Duran's expectation of the Coldmourn people is not fair. Not fair at all. Aris asks, what did Eothas do next? Duran says, Eothas keeps marching. Dyrwood takes to the trees, cutting at his flanks, his scouts, his troops. It seemed near hopeless. Durance's face becomes grim, then smiles slightly, until Halgod's citadel, the god hammer. There we put him to the flame, burn the god out of him. If there ever was one to begin with, dozen brave men and women take to the bridge, make a stand. Then we torch him there with the fire of the god hammer. Aris asks, what is the god hammer?
Gods have taken flesh, in all respects, taking willing and unwilling vessels. It's not a violation, it's what gods do, as long as they accept all that comes with it. Men are weak. Gods? Well, we showed old Widewen that he was flesh and blood, no matter how much light was pouring out of his farmer's hands. Took men of faith to build a weapon, a godhammer. Judgment. Proved him dead at Halgot Citadel.
Yeah, I remember, Duran said that he was one of the 12 priests that created the Godhammer bomb at Ashfall, or something like that, a place called Ashfall. Duran says, it was a weapon of Dyrwood's people, their independence. There are a few that would deny that Eothas overstepped. The god hammer reminded Eothas of this. A fire and force so terrifying, so bright it burned a god away. Durance holds his staff, and his hands lock around it, tracing the etchings. As you watch, the top of the staff blossoms, burns brightly, and Durance speaks, his face illuminated in the fire. A weapon that would burn brighter than Eothas, and we led him to it and burned him at the stake. The stake was the god hammer, and we impaled him on it. Aris asks, you said you fashioned it? Durance nods. Wasn't easy, shaping it, crafting it, the pieces, the curve of the relic. Even then it was a massive thing, something that required a god to come to it, rather than be cast at him. Though luring him to it, that was the easy part. Gods are prideful. Aris asks, what happened? Durance says, we led him to fields, ones that he remembered as a farmer, perhaps. The fields right outside Halgot Citadel. Durance frowns. Now Godhammer Citadel. Durance says it was right across the Avon Dewar Bridge. An easy trek. Durance frowns. Men died, then more died luring Eothas onto Avon Dewar. We had carved veins and passed through the bridge, excavated the foundations, filled them with powder and ember-hungry grains, eager to burn. Our hands had even pried the mortar and rock loose, sharpened them to points, so they might be rent from their foundations easier and tear through the flesh of that pretender. Aris says, and so you use Avon Dewar against Eothas.
We poured the god hammer into its foundations with faith. Set it alight. Let the hammer fall upwards onto the anvil. 8 died before the god hammer fell, and the god hammer claimed the remainder. 12 in all.
Wait, 12? But you survived. In our previous conversations, you implied that you were part of the 12 that created the God Hammer and used it. So you survive, right? Duran says, and Eothas went back to the ether or the grave, Duran's grunts. He's lost his voice and his love of war, I'll tell you that much, Duran sneers. It took only taunts by men, and that was enough to lure him across the bridge and right into the new sun. Duran straightens his back, draws a deep breath. It let Reatsera see how bright their arrogance had become, and became a symbol by which we answered their purge with one of our own. Aris asked, purges?
We started saving the Aothasians from themselves, burning any that didn't die with their god. Heresy in Readsceras is one thing. Heresy here in the Deerwood comes with a more personal touch.
I've already went through this conversation. Oh well, let's choose a different option just to see how Duran's responds. Aris asks, so you just answered their crime with one of your own?
As I see it, every Aothasian who still lives in the Deerwood puts the nation at risk, is another dagger held to the throat of our faith. Root them out, burn them, or send them back to Readsceras to wallow in the blood of their failure.
Aris says, I wanted to ask about the region and its history. Duran says, are you a servant of Weil? Let mysteries and questions remain with him, at least until the next time we need rest. Why yes, actually Aris has done a bidding of Weil once before, when Weil wanted him to hide a book underneath a drake's skeleton in the Black Marsh. Was it Black Marsh? What was the place called again? Black Marsh? Black Swamp? Black Grove? Something like that. Okay, there's still one thing I don't understand though. Duran's said that Eothas's action of invading Deerwood might have been an effort to thwart Wodika's plan. But why? Why does invading Deerwood equals to preventing Wodika's plan? What was Wodika's plan for Deerwood? Is it because the majority of Deerwoodans worship Magran, and according to Duran's, Magran fell to Wodika's deceit? But in the end, Duran's didn't really say much about what he thought happened. He just says Magran fell to Wodika's deceit. Eothas's invasion of Deerwood might have been an effort to thwart Wodika's plan, but he did not actually explain in detail. No, not just that. Duran's did not even explain what he meant by that. And he left me hanging. I hate this.
If doubts and curiosity plague you, you're skinning your knuckles on the wrong door.
Aris says, tell me about Magran. Okay, he doesn't want to answer me. Dang it.
If doubts and curiosity
Okay, fine. Yeah. I hate, well, I hate Duran's character. I don't hate how he is written, no, because this is deliberate by the writers. I mean, it's the creative freedom of the writers, and it is also their way to create interesting stories. When I say I hate Duran's character, I don't mean I hate his writing, but I hate Durance's character in the context that he keeps information from Aris. He keeps them, even when he started to open up about what he thought about Wodika being deceitful towards Magran, and how Eothas's invasion of Dirwood might have been an effort to thwart Wodika's plans. Even when he starts to open up, he still didn't say anything that makes sense, that can help me make sense of what is happening between Wodika, Magran, and Eothas. I hate Durance for that, for withholding information from Aris like that. Let me say it again. I don't hate his writing, but I hate how he withhold information from Aris, makes Aris curious and hopeful about the next information, and then he stops, not elaborating. Well, let's see, maybe one day he's going to tell all the stories in detail, hopefully.
I'm here.
Learning that Wodika is responsible for White One's legacy leaves many questions about the circumstances of the Saints' War and the destruction of Eothas. Durance may have further insight. Yeah, already talked to him about that. What more do you need? And I tried to talk to him again about it, but this time he doesn't want to talk anymore. Maybe I need to progress the quest further before Durance opens up again. Learning that Wodika is responsible for White Wind's legacy leaves many questions about the circumstances of the Saints' War and the destruction of Eothas. Okay. So is it maybe another reason why Wodika consumed the souls and created the White One's legacy is not only for her to become powerful, but also to frame Eothas. And by framing Eothas, Wodika indirectly okay, so according to previous conversations in earlier videos, I don't remember with which character, but it was said that the White One's legacy started 15 years ago, right after the end of the Saints' War. So before the Saints' War, there is no Hollowborn. So I'm guessing that Wodika has a plan, right? And Magran is in on it. Maybe Eothas knows about it. Oh well, of course, deities know about what each of them plans. So whatever it is that Wodika plans, that Magran is in on it, Eothas decided to fight that plan. So maybe through Whitewind he invaded Dirwood in order to destroy Magran's influences, because Magran is in cahoots with Wodika. But in the end, Eothas lost. Whitewind was killed. And after the end of the Saints' War, Hollowborn phenomena started to appear. From the ruins of Sliaban Rilag visions, we know that the activation of the device is what caused the Hollowborn, or the White One's legacy. So by Wodika telling her agents to do that, it makes people think, oh, dang, the White One's legacy is because of Eothas. We killed Eothas, or White One. And because of that, Eothas cursed us with the White One's legacy. And then Magran, maybe through visions, is inspiring her followers to kill Eothasians in order to try to defeat the Hollowborn, to defeat White One's legacy. Why? Because the purges kills a lot of people. And because the device has been activated, those people who are killed in the purges, their souls will not go into the will, but instead will be consumed by Wodika, empowering her. Ah, I see. Okay. But through playing this game, I get to know that the White One's legacy only happened in Deerwood. I think some characters say it happened in outside Deerwood, but it happened rarely. It seems like Deerwood is the one that is the epicenter of this White One's legacy. Is it by design? Is it by design that Wodika only wants White One's legacy to happen in Deerwood? Or is it because simply that her agents have only managed to activate the device in Deerwood region? Maybe they plan to activate other devices in other regions outside Deerwood. Perhaps it's a possibility. Okay, let's continue.
Of course.
Let's go to the Fangs Maw. I wonder if the Fangs that ambush Aris's caravan in the beginning of the game, I wonder if there are survivors from that battle. And if there are, I wonder if they are present in the maw. And will they recognize Aris? I hope not. I hope not. Because Aris and Kalisha killed a handful of Fangs themselves. Yeah, the Fangs killed all the Caravaneers, but Aris and Kalisha killed many, if not all of the Fangs. If Aris killed all of the Fangs, then there's no problem, there's no eyewitness. But if there are survivors, well, things gonna get tricky if the survivors recognize Aris. Galawine's Maw. I was a child and Sul already reigned in Galawine's Maw. That many seasons, she won't stand a chance against the giant bear. Oh, what is this? I miss this loot. It's a plant. Okay, let's enter this. A dank, sultry draught issues from the cave within the beast's head. Condensation drips from the stone teeth. Oh, no, no, no. Okay. I need to see this conversation. No, no, no. What? What is happening here? Whatever the outcome, I long for the temple to feel like home again. I think they're repeating their previous dialogue sets. Alright. Let's enter the maw, where the fangs nests. Galawine's Maw. The viscous liquid gives off a sharp, metallic odor. Is it blood? The hunter gives you a stiff nod. The enemy won't wait. Let the blood paint flow, I say. The toll's too large. Or are you eager to sacrifice your own for our paint, First Blade? Estramorwan are not often admitted to old song, says a Fangs Walderman.
Arensi has no right to defend that cowering cat in the back of the maw.
Then track her down and tell her yourself.
What's happening? Ainden. Who is this Ainden?
Come to see the great Oernos, Estramor? He's out for a hunt, but he'll be back. Unlike that lioness, he doesn't stay cooped up in here for long.
Ainden meets your gaze with a challenge in his eyes. Aris asks, why can't Oernos go and fight the lioness?
Because she holes up at the back of the maw, surrounded by her pride and the natural hazards of this place. It's not the proper way to meet a challenger. She's got to come out and face Oernos to keep her claim. Anyway, her prime is past. Putting that old beast down would be a mercy at this point.
Ainden scowls. Aris asks, what are you doing here?
We wait for the big confrontation, but the wait grows exhausting. While Sul hides in the back of the maw, Oernos is denied his victory, and we're all denied the champion we deserve.
Ainden grimaces and runs a thumb along the edge of his axe. Aris says, I could take care of Sul. Ainden's callous thumb makes a scraping noise against the blade of his axe. I hate to spoil the tradition of a big showdown, but if she retreats from her fight, then there's no point in waiting. Kill her, and that'll be proof enough that she's not a fit champion. Wait, are they talking about an animal or a kith? I'm not sure. Ainden sighs, spinning his axe by the shaft. Too much waiting. Something's got to happen soon. Soon. Alwa hasn't returned yet, that's why. Bull, I saved her. She greeted me in front of the Noonfrost Temple. Where is she? Persevere, Estramor, and may your beast grow within. This huntress sizes you up with a casual glance. What? Are you interested in Orlan? I mean, in Aris? Galawain is god of both hunter and prey. I thought Larha wouldn't do it, sending her own sister. Hey, I saved Alwa. Larha says, may their blood freeze in their veins. Maybe I should report to Larha.
Estramor?
Larha, an Orlan woman stands ankle deep in the sand, sharpening a spearhead. You must be Bethuel's new Estramor. Truth, when I heard she'd let another in, I almost went to the Passage of Six myself to share words. Larha points the flint spearhead at you. Aris asks, have other foreigners come this way recently? Larha says Glamfelin, worshippers of Rimmergan they claim. Simply looters and defilers by another name. That's the truth. The spearhead flashes as she shakes it at the door. They disappeared behind the doors of Noonfrost, and now our lake turns to ice and the cold creeps ever closer. Larha digs a trench in the sand with one bare foot, yet Bethuel is timid, and she has convinced the other Anamfatha that we must respect these Estramorwan and their traditions, no matter what mischief guides their hands. Larha raises her head, slowly looking back toward the entrance. Aris says, Bethuel is looking out for twin elms in her own way. Larha says, soft words accomplish little, yet they fill the mouths of Estramorwan. I sent my own sister, one of my finest scouts, to sniff out the pale elves' corruption. I was certain the Anamfatha could not ignore the defilement in Noonfrost once Alwa's own eyes had seen it. But she still hasn't returned. Larha looks away. Now I bear the responsibility for her fate, and I can't send the Fangs after her without openly defying the Anamfatha. Aris asks, what are you doing here? Larha says, my stocks equip my brethren in the Fangs, and my hands train them to fight, hunt and track with skill. What purpose brings you here? Aris says, tell me about the Maw. Larha says, an ancient place of beasts and dangers. As followers of the clever hound, we assemble and train here as hunters, warriors and defenders of the builders as sacred places. Chaos pervades the Maw, and more than ever due to the stalemate between the beasts. Larha shakes her head. But Destuan refuses to intervene, and many itch to settle the matter over blood. Aris asks, do you have any supplies for sale? Larha says, only the finest. Larha says, what purpose brings you here? Aris says, I could look for Alwa. Larha gives you a guarded look. I don't dare to hope. Whatever catastrophe has befallen Noonfrost does not feel like the work of Kith. But nothing would bring me greater joy than seeing her again. Larha glances at the sand and frowns. I would take any assistance you can give. Aris says, I found Alwa. Larha, a breath catches in Larha's throat. Your own eyes have seen her? Aris says, I freed her from Noonfrost. She's just enjoying the fresh air before she returns. Larha releases a gasp of relief. You've accomplished a great service, for the Fangs and for me. Ladha takes another deep breath. I was wrong about you, Estramor. I did not see you truly. Please accept a gift worthy of your honor and skill. Now there she is, Alwa.
Builder's wisdom to you.
Ladha says you are always welcome here, Kared. What does Kared mean? Does it mean beach? Or maybe friend? Or dearest? Brother? Alwa waves at you, a broad smile on her thin mouth. Her fur is slick and glossy now, and there's a mischievous twinkle in her eye. Good to see you again, says Alwa. Aris asks, how are you? Alwa says, whole and well, thanks to you. Not that Ladha has given me a chance to rest. She eyes another Orlan woman. My sister makes me earn my keep around here. Ladha says, you spent long enough stuck in that frozen cell, didn't you? Your limbs need exercise now. Aris says, teach me what you know. Alwa laughs, as long as you can keep up. Aris Mittal was granted Blooded Hunter. What is it? Blooded Hunter. What is Blooded Hunter?
Estramor.
Unlocking this will require the proper key. Alright. Don't think too hard. You'll get lost in that big head of yours. The sister turned out stronger than I thought. Must be talking about Alwa then? Maybe. The stones at the edge of the chasm are slick and beaded with moisture. Okay. The remains of a broken bridge, long collapse, lead to a deep chasm. The other side of the bridge pierces through the mist at the far end of the chasm, hanging precariously over the steep fall. Examine the area. The broken stones of the bridge, weathered after centuries of disrepair, are scattered along the edge and side of the chasm. A thin mist rises from below. The stones are coated with slick green moss, making them impossible to grip safely. The wooden beams lodged between the stones on either side of the bridge seem sturdy enough to support your weight, however. Toss your rope and grappling hook across the chasm. You aim for the wooden beam on the opposite side of the bridge and hurl your grappling hook across the chasm. It strikes the bridge with a solid thunk. The hook snags firmly, digging into the wood as you pull. The rope tightens, taut and secure. You tie the free end of the rope to the wooden beam next to you. Okay, leave. I don't want to cross yet. I want to speak with the other guy. What's his name again? The one who spoke with Ainden. Destuan. Okay. I think Ainden, or was it Ladha, mentioned Destuan. Bone pins spears the hide map at a handful of locations along the Glanfathan side of the Bile River. Book of the Hunt. Vas stealing. What's this? Will he get hostile if I unlock this door? I think so. Let's save first. I want to know. I want to know if they will get hostile if I unlock this door.
I'll handle this. It's done.
Oh, it's not. Okay. Let's speak to Destuan then.
Kareth, this is no place for sightseeing, even for you. The beasts of Galawain's Maw are dangerous, and now more than ever.
A wiry elven man paces the cavern, his face etched with worry lines and his hand irritably thumping his hip. He looks up at you and sighs. Aris asks, "What's wrong with the beasts?"
They won't fight.
Destuan stops pacing and turns to you. Aris asks, "What's wrong with that?"
It is not Galawain's way, and it is not the way of the Maw.
Destuan says, "The Maw has always been home to one great predator. Every so often a challenger comes along and the two battle for territory. But Sul remains in her den, and Oernos can't confront her there. Now two mighty predators and their kin hunt from the same stock. It's thinning the herds, and it's thinning patience around here too." Destuan resumes his pacing, and this waiting is not the deliberate, watchful waiting of a hunter lying in ambush. It's stagnation, tedium, hoping for something to happen. Destuan clenches his hands into fists, but I am powerless to act. One half of the fangs will cry favoritism if I try to drag the lioness out myself. Aris asks, "Would you favor Sul or Oernos?" Destuan frowns. "I see both sides. Sul's cunning is unmatched, but Oernos is the mightier of the two. Both embody traits prized by Galawain." Aris says, "I want to know about the two predators." Destuan says, "There's never been a more cunning hunter than Sul, but some say she's losing her edge. Oernos, on the other hand, is all edge, and many of our number think he's the rightful successor." Destuan's fingers drum a restless rhythm on his thigh. Blood simmering. It's going to boil over if a little doesn't spill soon. Okay, so this is their tradition for two predators to fight it out. So, what if two predators in the Maw fight each other and one emerges victorious? How will it affect the fangs? Are they using this event to, I don't know, to chart their course? To plan for their future endeavors, perhaps? Aris says, "I received a vision from Galawain about these beasts." Destuan's tired eyes go wide. From the clever hound himself, Destuan looks you up and down. "If you truly have Galawain's blessing, I won't stand in your way, but I can believe he sees a cunning champion in you." Destuan gives you a heavy iron key. "We don't normally permit outsiders to venture into the Maw, but you understand that you do so at your own risk, and Sul's lions are likely to attack intruders on sight. Still, perhaps you can coax her into fighting the bear. Do whatever you can to end this stalemate." Aris says, "Let's talk about something else." Destuan says, "Such as?" Aris asks, "This is Galawain's Maw?"
Yes, a den of beasts sacred to the Lord of the Hunt himself. Historically, the greatest predator of Air Glanfath has claimed the back of the Maw as its lair. Lately, however, there's been some dispute as to who should occupy that position. And it's leading to discord among our hunters.
Destuan glances up and into the cavern. Destuan says, "Something else? I prefer action to talk, but I'll answer your question as best I can." Aris says, "Tell me about yourself." Destuan says, "I'm the leader of the Fangs. We're an order of hunters and warriors devoted to Galawain. and we see that the places of the builders remain pure, not truly a tribe, but we do gather and argue like one. Our members come from all of the tribes, but most of us were born three-tusked Stelgaer, fisher crane, and keepers of the stone, naturally. Ah, I see. So, Fangs of Galawine is like an organization that takes membership from different tribes. Their members comes from all tribes, but the majority of their members are three-tusked Stelgaer, fisher crane, and keepers of the stone. Keepers of the Stone is the first tribe in Erglanfath, right? According to the information I came across. In this game, I forgot what it was. Was it a conversation or something like that? Well, Destuan, you are the leader of the Fangs. I'd like to file a complaint. Your Fangs attack my caravan, killing everyone except me and other 2 people. They accuse us of entering the ruins. We tried to reason. Well, I tried to reason, but they didn't listen. Even if they did listen, it was too late. They have killed all the caravaneers. I want to tell you, just for record's sake, we did not enter the ruin. We did not, but your Fangs attacked us nevertheless. So, Aris has had to fight. Aris would like to file a formal complaint, but I'm not sure whether you will listen to this complaint or not. But yeah, Aris said what need to be said. Aris asks, where could I find Sul? Destuan says, straight at the back of the maw. Destuan points down the halls on either side of him. You could get through either way, but mind where you footstep. The maw is a dangerous place, and Sul's pride and her advocates are on the alert. Advocates is referring to the Fangs who sided with Sul. Interesting. Aris asks, where is Oernos? Destuan says, good question. Bear's out hunting right now, but he'll return soon. He's never gone for long. Okay, who should I side with? The lion or the bear? Which is more community-driven, lions or bears? I know bears raise cubs, but which between them that is more community-driven? Lions or bears? I assume lions, right? Aris says, goodbye. Find the old lioness in Galawine's maw.
Still looking around? Watch your step. Tempers run hot around here, and not just among the animals.
Alright, thanks for the warning. Let's go, boys. Let's go pay a visit to this lion, this Sul the lion. Old Sul, the white lion. Okay. Lion clansman. Okay. Lions are no match for the might of Aris and his companions. Old Song District, what? I can exit from here? What? Let's see. The party stash can be used for holding excess gear when their inventories fill up. Some item types like quest items and ingredients are automatically placed in the stash. Oh, it leads back out here, alright. That's why I cannot enter it first, because the game wants me to open the door with the key first.
Carrying too much weight. Carrying too much weight. Let's see what we found.
Lover of beyond
No.
seas.
The trap, the trap. The trap. The trap got triggered. No.
Of course.
Why?
I'm here. Indeed. What's this? Carrying too much weight.
Why is this highlighted? Thick, snarled tangle of dagger-sharp thorns and vines has grown across this passage. As you look on, the entire wall of vegetation seems to move, almost like it were breathing. Thick coils of vines twist and writhe across the gap with a quiet rustle of foliage. Examine the vines. Through the gaps in the twisting vegetation, you catch brief glimpses of what seems to be a wide circular chamber. From time to time you catch sight of tawny hides, and the rustling of the vines is briefly obscured by low growls. Leave. I guess this is a shortcut to where Sul is. Let's explore the place further before we reach Sul. The mist rising from the depths feels heavy and warm.
Let's see what we found. Carrying too much weight.
Oh, the door here, where Laraha and Alwa are. Alright. Hello, girls.
What's this?
No. Dang it. Dang it all. I should have moved slowly.
Carrying too much weight. Let's see what we found. Carrying too much weight.
Why can't I examine the... Okay, maybe I'm too far away. Okay, this green circle must be an event or conversation. Let's save first. Oh, there's a big lion. Irensi, an elven woman, intercepts you as you advance into the lair. Behind her is the largest lioness you've ever seen. A sleek beast with fangs as long as carving knives. The woman blocks your path to the lioness, seemingly at ease around the monster. Irensi says, "This is Sul's domain, Estramor. She shall not leave it for Oernos or any other challenger." Aris asks, "What are you doing here with Sul?" Irensi looks at the lion with something between fondness and admiration. Defending the rightful champion of Galawain's maw, Oernos' supporters would have her ousted in favor of a bear that isn't strong enough to come and seize this territory on his own. Well, is it a single bear? If it's a single bear, then how could the bear come and seize this territory? He's outnumbered. Aris asks, why does Sul refuse to face Oernos? Irensi says, Oernos is welcome to confront her here, as many challengers have in the past. What the bear supporters want is for Sul to leave her lair and fight in the open, where he has an advantage. But why should she? If Sul has an advantage here, it's one she's earned. Would anyone expect to blunt the bear's claws in order to even the odds? Oh, okay. Okay, what if somehow Aris can persuade the Oernos supporters to blunt the bear's claws, so that Irensi would agree for Sul to fight Oernos in the open? Irensi says, the Lord of the Hunt gives unique advantages to each. It's not for us to decide that some of them are worth less than others. The lioness gives a low growl and Irensi smiles. Also, Sul has recently given birth to cubs. They're small now, but when they grow, they'll be mightier than either Sul or Oernos. But if Sul is killed in combat, that bear will tear her young to shreds. Such is the way of the wild. Her legacy is too valuable to perish this way. If we truly want the mightiest of beasts in the maw, then her cubs must grow to maturity. Who should I side with? I'm thinking I'm going to side with Sul, but what would Aris do? Aris says, I'll deal with Oernos. Irensi says, good, that bear isn't nearly as strong as Ainden and his followers think. If someone were to prove just how easily that bear can be killed, that would cure every one of their delusions about it. and the stalemate between Sul and Oernos in Galawine's Maw. Oh, so that is Oernos. Here he comes, says Ainden.
What's this?
Any news of the bear? Says Irensi. Aris says goodbye. Tufts of tawny fur and crushed grasses carpet a small hollow in the back of the cavern.
Let's see what we found.
A dense tangle of thorns blocks the path, the vines twitch and wriggle. Pass through the vines. The thorny vines are twisted together, forming a wall. They quiver and begin to part as you draw near. As you walk forward, the vines shift and their thorns retract, providing you with a clear and safe pathway through. You emerge unscathed on the other side. Can I speak to Ainden? Or will I automatically enter combat with Oernos? Oh, I can speak? Alright. Ainden sighs, spinning his axe by the shaft. Too much waiting. Something's got to happen. Soon. Aris says, Oernos isn't the rightful champion. Wait, what are you doing here?
We wait for the big confrontation, but the wait grows exhausting. While Sul hides in the back of the maw, Oernos is denied his victory, and we're all denied the champion we deserve.
Aris says Oernos isn't the rightful champion.
If you stand on the side of that toothless old bag of bones, then you stand in my way.
Ainden hefts his axe, the bear growls. Actually, I'm going to reconsider this. Aris says, okay. Aris says, try me. Oh, okay. Try to sneak through the living wall. You find a brief opportunity as two vines move in opposite directions, clearing a path, and carefully step forward. You start off well, moving carefully around and past a web of plants. But halfway through, Eder steps on a dry, dead branch, and a vine suddenly darts forward with unnatural speed. Moving quickly, you grab Eder and yank them aside, and the vines miss their target. The motion steers other plants, however, and the two of you quickly scramble for the far side of the wall. You step out into the next chamber. Any news of the bear? I can choose option number 3 still. Is there a reason why? Aris says, I've dealt with Oernos. Irensi says, you chose well. Sul's cubs will grow up to be quick and fierce, and so will the fangs if we follow their example. She looks at the slick lioness. Thank you for resolving this, Estramor. Oh, okay. I have only one chance to choose the other option. Irensi says, Sul's cubs will grow into the mightiest hunters that have ever roamed Erglanfath. Irensi also said, Sul's cubs will grow up to be quick and fierce, and so will the fangs if we follow their example. So the fangs draw lessons from the animals. In this case, they will draw lessons from Sul and her cubs. What would happen if Aris chose the other option though? When she said, Sul isn't the rightful champion. Should I? Sul's cubs will grow into the mightiest hunters that have ever roamed Eirglanfath. Is there any reason I should choose number 3? Well, Aris has given his words to Irensi. Should Aris break it? What would Aris do? I wonder. Oh, well, never mind.
I shall.
Across the chasm. The rope tenses and vibrates as you move forward, gripping the line, reverberating throughout the underground cave. The creaks of the wooden beams mark your every effort. You keep your progress slow and steady. The crossing is strenuous, particularly as the rope's shaking grows more intense. Alos' breathing grows labored and Duran's, Kana and Sagani begin to slow. At last, your efforts bring you back over solid ground and you reach the other side. Minor fatigue? What? Minus 10 accuracy? Yeah.
Still looking around? Watch your step. Tempers run hot around here, and not just among the animals.
Aris says, I've dealt with the situation between Sul and Oernos. Destuan says, and Sul remains champion. Many of the fangs are gladdened to see her stay. Perhaps it's Galawain's way of telling us to remember our roots and prize our cunning as hunters. Destuan raises an eyebrow. Although I suppose I could have guessed as much when you ventured into the maw. Thank you for your help, Kared. May Galawain guide your path. Take this with our thanks. Destuan seems to suddenly remember something. You might visit Ter Evron to pray to the Lord of the Hunt. He sometimes grants special favors for those who prove themselves. Now we can focus our energies on hunting again, says Destuan. Okay, about my formal complaint about the Fang's attack on the caravanners. Won't you look it up? You know, review the process, the methods of how your Fangs should determine whether someone has trespassed into the ruins or not, to prevent accidents like that in the future. Please? Okay, he doesn't care. Fine. Agreed. Galawan's beasts kept Destuan too busy.
Hail, Estramor.
Hail, Estramor. Why is Larha's voice so seductive? Is she having a crush on a fellow Orlan named Aris? Perhaps. Let's rest for this minor fatigue.
You know, there are accounts of watchers in all of the regions I've visited. If the adventuring life doesn't work out for you, you could always read souls for coin, give people advice, tell them which family they're related to and whom they should duel for past offenses.
Aris says, I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, it's not bad for Aris to have this watcher ability. He can make money off it, right? He would be an excellent negotiator, I think, because he can pierce into one's soul. Aris says, I'll keep that in mind. Kana says, probably safer than fighting off beasts. Kana chuckles. And you get just as much drama out of it, of course. Of course. Okay, now let's go to Helia's temple, I guess, to take care of this dragon. The maw will not be the same, this I climb. Yep, let's go to Helia's temple and take care of this dragon. And then we'll handle Erona and the Dwarven Keeper of Blood Sands. Whew. So much to do for Aris, just to get to Thaus. And Estramor, I heard, he dealt with the beasts. Yeah, it was Aris. The Deerwood lies wounded, and yet we wait. Why do you want to attack Deerwood? You have a treaty, right? A foreigner, they say. He dispelled the curse of Noonfrost. Yes, that foreigner is named Aris Mital, the Lord of Kaid Nua. You best remember that. Northweld, Temple of Hielea. 6 hours to Northweld. Okay. Resolve affects concentration and the will and deflection defenses. It may also be used in conversations and scripted interactions when raw willpower, intensity, or charisma are involved. Found the wooden expedition by the pilgrims' camp.
The figurine. It's glowing.
Oh, Sagani said the figurine is glowing. Okay. So this is where what is the soul that Sagani is searching for? What's his name? The old man? No, not Myrwald. Myrwald is the Watcher. Is the dead Watcher from Kaid Nua. What is the name of the old elder that Sagani is looking for? I forgot. No. What's going on? Track the Dirwooden expedition to the eastern edge of the Northwelts wilderness. This is Suineth's group, right? The one that's just trying to loot Engwithan ruins. I have to stop them. I must do everything in Aris's power to prevent war breaking out between Dirwood and Eirglanfath. Aris needs more time to bide his time, to build his military and economic strength. If war happens, then Aris can't do that. Tracks long and shallow head east. They're speckled with blood, so the expedition got ambushed by wolves. Arrows, crude and fletched with bright feathers, protrude from the corpse. Oh, not by wolves, by arrows. I guess the Glanfathans found them.
Let's see what we found.
The inscriptions on this altar, almost unreadable under a layer of thick moss, pay homage to Hielea. Oh, it's a homage to Hielea, alright? Can I go up there? I think I can, but maybe through here. Let's go! The tracks and bloodstains continue further east. Boars. What are these boars doing here? This spear, broken in half, has ornate Glanfathan etchings along the two halves of its shaft. The wet wood shows dents stained green with moss, probably from impacts against the river rocks. The tracks and bloodstains continue further east, but before that, let's go up here. Are they Oernos' relatives? I don't know. Elder Antelope. Hey, Elder Antelope. Adragan? Adragan? What is it? Who are these monsters?
What's this?
The clouds above the cliffs of the north world reflect on the iridescent surface of this pillar of Adra. I think in one of the vision about that elder that Sagani is looking for, some Adra formation was mentioned, right? Maybe this is it? What is this? I can go up here? Winding stair hugs the cliffside, providing an impressive view as you work your way higher and higher. Not too far along the path, however, you find your progress interrupted. A large boulder appears to have fallen onto the road from somewhere up above, and it now sits squarely in your way. Examine the area. The boulder is nearly flush with the cliff face, preventing you from passing by on that side. Along the edge of the cliff, however, there is a narrow space just wide enough to follow across the other side. The boulder's landing has crushed the steps beneath it, however. Push the boulder out of the way. Who will clear the way? Aris, of course. You heave at the boulder, putting all your strength and behind the action. The boulder slides and rolls haltingly across the cracked steps, then plunges over the side and away. You hear the echoing clatter of the rocks tumbling down the side of the cliff. The sound seems to stir something overhead. A shadow crosses the path, quick as lightning, and vanishes before you can catch a glimpse of what has cast it. But you do see the rapidly growing silhouettes of several more rocks, flung down at you from above. Scrambling to action, the party ducks under a small rocky protrusion along the cliff face. But Sagani stumbles and is left just short of shelter. A sudden hailstorm of fist-sized rocks and scattered debris rains down upon them. Please don't tell me Sagani is wounded. I don't want to use the bonfire again. Battered and bruised, Sagani leaps the final distance to safety. After a short while, the thundering rumble of falling stones fades away. Your ordeal past, you continue your climb, and the rest of the journey proceeds without incident. At last, you find yourself at the base of a final twisting set of steps, above which you can see the towering pillars of Helia's nest. Wait, I'm going to Helia's nest? I don't want to go there yet. Oh, whatever, fine. I don't know this leads to Helia's nest, but it's fine. I have to go here anyway, confront the beast. Temple of Helia. This is where the two elven priests escaped from. Temple of Helia. Wait, oh! A bird? What is the name of that Glenfathan who asked for a bird to eat? I think it was an Orlan. Was it Delem or Delam? He wants 3 birds. Tiam and 2 other birds. I forgot their names. Cloud Singer, okay, Tiam, Cloud Singer, and another one. Dark Wind? I don't know. I'm just making things up. Okay. Tiam, Cloud Singer, and another bird. The edges of the bones are brittle and blackened. Yeah, fire from the dragon. Fire breath, perhaps. Oh, okay, there's a funny-looking dragon.
Right. What's the plan again?
It's not as big as the ice dragon, though. The ice dragon that Aris slain in the White March is much bigger than this. And the Andra dragon also much bigger than this one. This is a puny dragon. Shouldn't be a problem for Aris and his companions. As you reach the summit of the mountain, a gust of wind stirs the air. You hear a noise like the snapping of sails. And the sky is briefly blotted out. A dragon lands before you, shaking the ground beneath your feet. It draws itself up to its full height and spreads its wings, barring your passage. Its neck, its back, and the reach of its spine are covered with magnificent plumage. So Eder was asking, what's the plan again? Well, kill it. The size of this dragon is similar to the size of the 2 dragons that accompanied Lengrath, or the successor of Lengrath. Not as big as the Ice Dragon and the Adra Dragon. It hisses at you, and while the sound is unlike any language you've ever heard, the beast's meaning is utterly clear.
Vermin invading my nest, threatening my hatchling. You shall feed my young.
Sky Dragon snorts a stream of sulphurous vapor. A small worm crouches in a corner of the temple behind the dragon. Wait, your nest? But this is this is the temple of Hilea. The Glanfathans have been using this first, right? And then you came. Or, I don't know. Aris asks, you have young here?
I will protect my last hatchling to the death! And that death will be yours, rodent.
Sky Dragon snarls, smoke jetting from its nostrils. Aris says, Helia is the goddess of motherhood, actually.
And of the sky and all winged creatures. Even my kind know of her.
A low rumble issues from the dragon's throat, and it bristles its feathered crest. Tendrils of smoke rise from between its teeth. It asks, is it why you came here?
I came to care for my remaining hatchling. My kind requires territory. Few places are safe for our young. This is a lesson that cost me the rest of my brood.
It flicks the tip of its feathered tail. The dragon runs a forked tongue over teeth the size of short swords. A chunk of flesh is lodged between 2 of its cuspids. Well, what would Aris do, huh? Will it be beneficial to keep the dragon happy, or the Glanfathans happy for Kait Nua, the long run? I'm leaning towards making the Glanfathans happy will be more beneficial for Kait Nua in the future, perhaps. Aris says, you and your offspring will kill many if you stay. You have to leave. Heat from the beast's roar sears your face. It lashes in a flurry of scales and feathers. Sky Dragon Eye, Dragon Meat. Godans Tunir. Godans Tunir. Willbreaker is a grimoire.
I shall.
Pensia Vimes Rei. Ring of Might. Alright, job's done. Let's go. The Temple of Helia is safe once more. Helia's Nest, Northwell Wilderness. Wait, I forgot. What about this one? The edges of the bones are brittle and blackened, okay? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun.
The figurine. It's glowing.
Yeah, I heard that before. We'll find this elder you're looking for. What's his name again? Wait, what's happening? Oh, no. The white stag. You come upon a clearing and see a group of Glanfathans standing in a circle. Sagani glances from the Adra statue to the hunters, looking for a connection. Meanwhile, the hunters turn and notice you. Their bows are drawn. Aris asks, does the name Persok sound familiar to any of you? Okay, yeah, his name is Persok, I remember it now.
What kind of Estromor foolishness is this?
They step aside and turn to you. And as they do, you see something on the ground behind them. Laying amidst the ferns is a white stag. Dark blood mars its brilliant coat, and its sides tremble with quick, shallow breaths. You feel a presence in the beast, something ancient and familiar. Before you can speak, something thumps to the ground. You look down and see the Adra bear, its bright glow flickering. Oh no, Sagani.
Auric's shadow.
Sagani draws up beside you, her wide eyes fixed on the dying stag. Ede realizes what he's seeing and he covers his mouth. Sorry, Sagani, says Eder. One of the hunters takes a step forward, and Sagani raises her bow, an arrow knocked,
Any closer and you'll bleed out next to him.
Sagani's voice is low and tremulous.
I never thought I'd prepared myself to meet a stranger. To share the honor and history of my village with someone who had no knowledge of us. Even someone who'd scorn our way of life.
As the hunters back away, Sagani lowers her bow. She watches the great beast labored breathing for several seconds. Well, Sagani did tell us a story about an elder who incarnated into a body of a bear, and the woman who was sent to find that elder has to run away from the bear while reciting the elder's deeds in their past lives. So the same thing happened to Sagani now. Aris says, "Finish this before it's too late."
I was going to tell him about the years of abundance in Masuk, how his granddaughters have hunted caribou, and his grandsons made our walls strong. But he'll be gone in minutes.
Aris says, "Remind him of his impact on Masuk." Or tell him about his family. I don't know. Aris says, "Trust your instincts."
There's no point to any of this, is there?
Sagani takes a deep breath. She kneels by the fallen stag. Placing her hand on its head, she begins speaking. Her voice is steady and measured, and her words are guttural and unfamiliar. At first, you think she's reciting a poem in her native language. After a moment, you realize that she's listing the names of every person in her village. At last you hear her speak her own name. The stag takes a final shuddering breath and falls still.
If you've finished your chanting, we need to get to work before the meat spoils.
As Sagani rises, one of the hunters turns to her. Sagani looks up, and for a moment horror and anger flash through her eyes. But as she looks at the dead deer, she shrugs and turns, leaving the lusterless Adra figurine in the dirt.
I've finished what I came to do. Let's go.
So Aris told Sagani to trust her instincts, and that's what her instincts led her to. Okay, it's her choice. This is, well, it's up to Sagani though, what she had to do towards the deer. That's why Aris said trust her instincts. A solitary mark added, the quest expires in 3 days. What? From the eastern reach to Aidir to Old Valia, people of all ages are manifesting a strange and distinctive mark somewhere on the inside of their left thigh. Oh, left thigh. There appears to be no common link between the individuals, nor has any of them reported any ill effects from the mark, but few think that it is a herald of good things to come. Some well-traveled Vailians have claimed that a not-so-secret society has taken an interest in the marked people and may have something nefarious in mind for them. Assign Nasu. Wait, what is the name of Sagani's quest again? Ah. Oh, the long hunt, yeah. We finally found Persok. He was a stag, and he'd been wounded by hunters. Sagani seemed to realize that this was merely a ritual for the comfort of her people back in Masuk. She recited the names of her fellow villagers, but I think she found the entire act rather meaningless. Oh, okay, so that's her instinct then. Would you like to speak with me, Sagani? I mean with Aris. On your way. Fine. This is our blessing from the clever hound. Yeah, on my way. Wait, a cave? A cave. Northweld Cave. Let's speak to
Ready,
Sagani.
Watcher. A deer in the middle of Air Glonfoth.
Sagani shakes her head.
And I wasted 5 years looking for it.
Sagani doesn't seem to notice as Itumak licks her hand. Aris says, "You couldn't have known what you'd find." Sagani laughs hollowly, a small mercy.
I can't help but wonder what any of this meant. Whether Persok's life with us even mattered when it could be covered up like tracks under new snow.
I don't know, which one should Aris choose? Persok's life mattered to the people of your village. He could still return to Masuk one day. Everything in life is finite. Persok accomplished a lot in Masuk. Civilizations are built upon the choices and passions of individuals. From one lifetime to the next, every life is meaningful. Should Aris play the so-called wise man and choose number 5, or choose something else? Okay, let's pretend that Aris is a wise man, and let him spew these wise words. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. Aris says, civilizations are built upon the choices and passions of individuals. From one lifetime to the next, every life is meaningful.
Maybe you're right. But from down here, it's hard to see those designs. Enough about me. How about you? Do you feel like you understand the purpose of your search for Theos?
Sagani sighs and tugs at a loose stitch in her sleeve. Aris says, "I'm still not sure."
I hope you find your reason, Watcher. And I hope it brings you comfort, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Anyway, Theos isn't getting any closer. I suppose we'd best keep after him.
Sagani dusts her hands on her trousers. Aris says, "I'd like to ask about something else." "What's on your mind?" "Nothing."
Yes?
Okay, let's see what's in the cave. What's in the cave? Mamma mia, here I go again. Mama, how can I resist you? Okay, what cave is this? New map discovered cave. Such a simple title for a simple place.
I shall.
Oh. Not a simple place, actually. It's a dangerous place. But oh well. Is this a fugitive? Is this a fugitive, a bounty from the what was his name again back at Kaitnua? The old guy who gave us bounties. Forgot his name. Devwen's head. Yeah, it's a bounty, but what was the name of that? Warden? Was it Warden? Beastmaster? No, not Beastmaster. I don't know. I forgot his name. Okay, Warden Fear again. Okay. Nasu is assigned, okay. Yep, let's go. Now, time to find Suineth's group, and hopefully we can stop them from looting and Withan ruins and prevent an escalation of conflict between Dirwood and Eire Glanfath. Boom, 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 boom. Most creatures will attack a character just after they appear at the edge of the fog of war. To sneak up on enemies, use scouting mode. Oh, the hunters are gone along with the stag. Oh well. Young stag, deer. Okay, what's the difference between stag and deer? I was just saying stag earlier. I guess stag has horns, deers don't have horns, right? Or am I wrong? I don't know. Whatever. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, blood. Oh, what is this? I can't highlight it. Oh, Elder Stelgaer. No. Okay. Wait, how come Sagani has concussions and bruised ribs? From what? From what? Wait, what? Okay. Over a ground hardened by dry blood and stomp leaves, the corpse of a giant Stelgaer crawls with flies. Its flesh has been pierced and cut, as if stabbed by spears and slashed by swords. You touch the dead Stelgaer's flank. A cloud of flies stirs into the air, and suddenly, you feel the creature's remaining essence. The world around fades away. The pack rests. Rocks shelter the young, full bellies. You turn away and look beyond the trees. The moon breaks over their swaying canopy. A scent in the air stirs a tingling in your mouth. You slide into the shadows, the taste of hunt filling your nostrils. Light shines on the stones by the water that falls, prey down below, two-legged, hair like dry grass. It moves near the water that flows, thin legs, slow, noisy, unaware. It holds a sharp stick, two-legged hunter, weak hunter, prey, Closer, pray, bright moon, pray, into the dark. This is Fiorm and Ridai, right? So they were hunting during the night? Why? Why not hunt during daylight? Pain on your side. A sharp stick pokes out of your flank. You roar and shake it. It snaps, breaking on the stones, wet stones. Your blood. Leaves rustle. You look. Another two-legged. Another hunter. Thick legs. Silent steps. Stripped face. Strong hunter. Enemy. You leap, aiming at its neck. It moves fast. Your claws find flesh, ripping it deep, ripping it down. Wet leaves. Two-legged blood. It howls. It fights back. Long claws cut through the air. They slash at your flesh. More pain. Sharp pain. You strike. It strikes. Hot blood on your claws. Hot cuts on your chest. The world goes red. Your strength fails. You can't breathe. The two-legged hunter looks down. Wet ground, our blood. Sharp stick above its head. Bright moon above its head. Strong hunter. The world goes dark. Search near the Sentinel's waterfall for clues to Fiorm's fate. Why did Fiorm and Ridai hunt during the night? What the heck? Why not hunt during daylight? A Sentinel Ridge. Okay. Resolve the stalemate between the Dirwooden expedition and the Fangs. Okay, I need to have the Dirwooden expeditions leave. They're going to risk another war. Mercenary Captain Esmar. Stop, friend or foe? The man in blood-soaked armor points his blade at you as his wounded and weary comrades flock into position behind him. A trickle of blood runs from a cut on his brow down to his neck, staining a locket worn on a gold chain. You're not Glanfathan. Captain Esmar tightens the grip on the sword's handle. By Magran, friend or foe, I said. Aris says, calm down, I'm a friend. Sword still pointing at you, Captain Esmar gives a sideways glance to his companions and nods. The mercenaries lower their weapons. By the flame, the hero of Defiance Bay, a rare and welcome sight. Friends this far from home. Captain Esmar lets the weight of his sword lower his arm. Captain Esmar gives a concerned look to his mercenary company. Look at us, hiding in the rocks and holding in our guts. He points south. The fangs. They've bloodied us and now we're trapped. Aris says, Swineth sent me. What happened? Captain Esmar says, resourceful girl. The captain halves a chuckle before returning to his humorless frown. We assume the Glanfathans killed her before coming upon us. I'm relieved she's alive, doubly relieved she brought help. Well, I'm not here to help you fight the fangs. If it's possible, I'd like you to leave. And leave the ruins alone. You are risking a war. Captain Esmar rests his sword, still caked with blood, across his shoulders. The tribesmen ambushed us just as we made camp. The fight was a lopsided slaughter. Esmar stares at his feet as he finishes his thought. In the melee, someone tripped through the campfire. We were lucky in that regard. The stench of burning flesh and the choking smoke obscured the scene, and a few of us managed to withdraw. We ran to these ruins to regroup, but now we're trapped. The face painters are just south of our position, and they have us cornered. No doubt they're happy to let us starve while they rest and rebuild their strength before attacking anew. Captain Esmar's left hand idly toys with a locket worn around his neck. Seems this is where we will be making our last stand, he mutters as he clenches the gold ornament. Aris asks, if the hunters are to the south, can you flee to the north? Captain Esmar says, we could run that way, maybe evade the Glanfathans if we're quick, but... The captain looks over his shoulder and shakes his head. We've spotted a pack of Stelgaers up there. Given the options, I'd rather some face painter kill me right quick than die slowly bite by bite to a feral cat. Captain Esmar glances northward. If I didn't know better, I'd wager those beasts are working with the tribesmen. But I'm sure they're just here following their stomachs. Just look at us, limping on our injuries and covered in blood. We must smell like butcher's shop. Aris says, at least you didn't lose your locket in the scuffle. Captain Esmar says, focusing on the positive, he asks with a laugh as he flips the locket between his callous fingers. This is for my son, for when he's old enough to be trusted with such a thing. Born a few months ago, not hollow. Helia be praised. Oh! Okay, so even though the epicenter of the Hollowborn is in Dirwood, not everyone gives birth to Hollowborn. There are those who gave birth to normal babies. I see. So the epidemic is not absolute. Helia be praised. Captain Esmar says, told my beloved the child would want for nothing. He looks you in the eye with an embarrassed smile. Probably should have also promised her I wouldn't throw my life away treasure hunting in Glanfath. Here's hoping the boy gets his smarts from the mother's side of the family. Yeah. Aris says, I've cleared the northern woods. Those Stelgaers won't trouble you. But promise me this. Once you escape, you leave this place and stop looting Engwithan ruins, okay? Keep the peace. Esmar blinks and arches his eyebrows in surprise. All of them? The creases around his eyes deepen as his smile grows. The mercenary captain turns to his company. Hear that, boys? Looks like we've got a way out. Get to it. They cheer, their voices kindled with purpose. and spring into March. As Mar raises his fist and shakes it, the locket dances as if jerked into life. The captain nods and gives you one last look before joining his companions. Okay, just promise me you stop looting Engwithan ruins, okay? I'm doing this as a favor, so do me a favor, alright? Engwithan ruins. Wait, who are these? Fangs? Oh no. No. Fang's bright blood says, "You aided the mercenaries, foreigner. Now we will cleanse the stain you mark upon these lands." Oh no, Fangs, come on. Come on, Fangs. Ah. Dang it, Fangs. It could have ended up differently if you didn't attack us. Oh well, whatever. What's that? Forest lurker? Oh yeah. Forest lurker. Yeah. Wait, that's Swineth? Over here, hurry. What? What are you doing here? Swineth, her gloved hands half buried on the waves of her rebellious hair, watches your approach incredulous. You did it. Her dimples frame a beaming smile. She lets out a sigh of relief and wags her finger at you. We'll be chanting your name back in the gift. Everyone will know what you've done for us, I promise. Come on. You want to... Swineth scratches her cleft chin with her free hand and gives you a measuring look. But you're the type to deserve more than just praise. Coin? Weaponry? Swineth rubs her gloved fingers together. Or if nothing tangible suits your fancy, I'd gladly share my skills with you. Ares says, I'd like to learn from your skills. Swineth nods enthusiastically. I was hoping you'd say that. She removes the gloves from her hands, showing them in her back pocket. When you spend as much time as I do in the ruins, you learn to strike first, and to strike without warning. Swineth holds her astock out in front of her, its blade parallel to the ground. The key is efficiency of movement. Ares Mittal was granted Dungeon Delver. Swineth walks you through several footwork drills that focus on quiet footfalls. and measured breathing. Place all your weight on the final step when you're ready to strike. Sweeneth yells for emphasis as she demonstrates swift, silent lunge. As you follow her example, she nods in satisfaction. I think you've got the grasp of it. I'm honored I could teach you something new. She half curtsies and turns to take her leave. Be careful, don't let the fangs catch you. Alright, at the mercy of the tribes. Okay, what else? Young boar. What's this? This leather pack, its belongings washed down the current of the river, gleams like a wet rock. Oh no. Dear Cap, what's this? This boot lies half buried in mud on the river bank, as if it had been flushed from upstream. Whose boots is this? Fjorm? I don't know. Let's find out. Oh, a soul.
Those wounds. They look like they came from a Stelgar's claws.
Okay, Sagani. Beneath the raging... yeah, it's Fjorm. Beneath the raging waterfall, the corpse of an elven Glenfathan hunter lies shattered against the rocks. Broken bones protrude through its skin, but you also notice deep parallel cuts in the rotting flesh. The slashes trace almost every part of the body, as if it had been ravaged by a dozen blades. This man probably died before his fall from the cliffs above. You touch the dead elf's forehead, droplets of water glistening down its purple surface, and feel a sudden jolt from the hunter's lingering essence. The world around you fades away. You're walking among the underbrush without making a sound. Moonlight catches sight of your arms, shining them pale. But you quickly dart again into the shadows of the giant trees of the North Weald. Your blood brother is not so deft as you expected. Look at him, frail, unaware. He doesn't deserve to share the glory of this hunt. It's been countless seasons since a Stelgaer like this one, twice the size of its lesser kin, has roamed the forests near Twin Elms. Arthwen fell for the trick. You almost feel pity for him, but you've convinced yourself that he'd only get in the way once the killing begins. He'll be safer by the river, expecting that we'll flank the Stelgaer when it comes out to drink. But this kill will be only yours. The Stelgaer is larger than you imagined. It stands without fear atop the waterfall's ridge, its silhouette cutting a monstrous hole against the mantle of the night sky. A beast of legend, a true hunter. Wait, the other hunter's name is Arthwen. So why did I say Ridai? Who is Ridari? Who is Ridai? Let me check. Okay, I remember. So Ridai is from the same tribe. Is it? Is from the same tribe as Fjorm, and Arthwen is from the What is that one tribe that is considered to be a vulture tribe? Twice broken arrows? Or something like that? Twice broken or I don't know. Something arrows. Okay, so the twice broken arrows is Arthwen, and Fjorm is from... I don't remember where he's from. Okay. Your hand tightens around the shaft of your father's spear. The weight feels balanced just right as you prepared the throw. You put everything into it. The spear flies through and hits its mark. The Stelgeir didn't even hear a sound. Its blood spills bright on the rocks, yet it stands unfazed. The beast pounces. Moonlight shines over its great fangs. Your hands draw your blades. Without a second thought, as you lunge forward to meet this monster, it's fast. It's ripping your flesh apart. You step at the darkness engulfing you, deep again and again, but there is no slowing its embrace. Speak with Ridai in the Passage of the Six. Okay, so Arthwen did not betray Fjorm. Fjorm died fighting the Stelgeir, and Fjorm did not die because of Arthwen's treachery. But at the same time, Arthwen was lying when he said that he killed the Stelgeir. Okay. Have I explored the whole of Northweld? Yeah, I guess I have. Let's speak to Ridai. Ridai is in Elm's Reach. No, he's in Hearth Song. Right? He's in Hearth Song. Priests are dedicated support spellcasters. Hurry up and load. I need to go to the toilet. Okay. Alright, let's speak to Ridai and tell him the truth about it. The red... okay. Where is Ridai? He's missing. Okay, here he is. Ridai.
Tread carefully, Estermore.
Ridai says, "You've returned." He glances at the huntress in the group. "We hope you found the truth about my brother's fate." Aris says, I've concluded my task. It's time to speak with the Anamenfath. Redai says, "What did you see? Where's Fiorm?" Redai takes a step forward. "Tell me." Huntress says, "Redai." The Huntress thrusts her palm between you and her companion. "The truth belongs to all of us, even Arthwan. You know this." Redai hesitates for a moment. He wipes the sweat off his face, leaving traces of red paint on his hands. "I'm ready to share the truth with the Anamenfath." Redai looks up. "And I'll make sure that so is Arthwan." Okay. I have my doubts about this. Have I collected all the evidence? Okay, I've found enough information. Okay, so the information is sufficient. Alright. Anamenfath. Which Anamenfath? You mean Bethuel? So I have to speak with Bethuel? Anamenfath Bethuel. Okay, so Anamenfath is singular. What is plural? Anamanfatha. Anamanfath? I don't know. Anamenfath Bethuel says, "Our paths cross again, Galusan Anams." Aris says, "I've been investigating Fiorm's disappearance." Bethuel says, "Indeed, Arthwan and Redai have spoken of little else. I do not envy your position, Galusan Anams. Yet your testimony may resolve the tensions between the Keepers of the Stone and the twice-split arrows." Bethuel stipples her fingers. "When you've gathered your evidence, I'll call a hearing." Wait, there is a choice to need more time. What would Aris do? Okay, so the name of the tribe for Arthwan is Twice-Split Arrows, not Twice-Broken Arrows. I'm really bad with my memories. Aris says, "Let us begin." Anamenfath Bethuel nods. "I will summon Arthan and Redai. Their fates and the names of their tribes depend on what you will reveal to us, Galos and Anams." Bethuel stands at the head of the hall, lit from behind by dozens of candles. She casts a long shadow across the floor. "We've gathered to weigh the claims of Arthan and Redai in the matter of Fiorm's disappearance. To that end, we are honored by the presence of Aigalos and Anams, whose insight will help us render a verdict." Murmurs of astonishment echo from the front of the hut. So I'm guessing Galos and Anams means watcher. Anamenfath Bethuel continues. "We begin with Arthan's claim. He asserts that Fiorm lured him into a confrontation with the Stelgaer, and that he slew the beast on his own. Fiorm, he says, exiled himself, fearing that knowledge of his actions would heap shame on the Keepers of the Stone." She holds up a tooth as long as her arm. As evidence, he brings a fang from the great Stelgaer. On the other hand, Ridai states that his brother was tricked and murdered by Arthon during the hunt. A hunter of Fiorm's renown would not have fallen in the blood hunt, but by treachery. And okay, I need to change the settings from my mic. Hold on. Anna Menfath Bethwell's shadow flickers and dances in the candlelight as she looks at you. And now, we turn to our Galus and Anams. We ask only that you share your observations, that we may find closure for these two tribes. Anna Menfath Bethwell lowers her head. What fate befell Fiorm? Aris says Fiorm is dead. Ridai says what? Ridai stares at you, his face contorted between surprise and anger. He turns to Arthan. How, you puny weakling, how? The Anna Menfath whips her neck toward the tribesmen. Do not forget your place. Ridai's chest balloons, but he quickly lowers his chin in obedience. Arthan's eyes dart from side to side. The Anna Menfath continues. It saddens us to know this truth, but we must still reveal the deeper. If this is so, how did the giants tell Gaia die? Aris says Fiorm killed the giant beast. Ridai says of course he did. Ridai shakes his fist and looks to everyone in the hall. Arthwan is just a feeble hunter from the twice split arrows and a liar. Fur bristles along Bethwell's arms. Silence! Silencio! Her slitted pupils narrow as he regards you. And now we come to it. Claim the truth for the 6 tribes, Galus and Anams. Aris says Fiorm tricked Arthan and fought the giant Stelgaer by himself. They killed each other in the fight. Arthan tried to cover Fiorm's shame, but lied about besting the creature. Your words echo along the passage of the 6 to the solemn audience. Bethwell nods. It is as you say. We thank you for sharing your truth with us. The Anna Menfath turns to Arthan and Ridai. Brothers of the tribes, let these wounds men go in peace and contemplate the shame brought into our hearth. Well, poor Arthan, I guess that one tribe's woman will not end up, woohooing with him. Anna Menfath Bethel says, Galus and Anams, I'd have a word with you. What now? Anna Menfath Bethwell turns back to you. A shame upon both tribes is not what I would have wanted. But we must learn to turn our faces to these hard truths if we are to survive the coming seasons. Your integrity is a boon to us. Please accept this with our thanks. Oh, sorry. Ah. I'm sorry for coughing into the mic. Really, really sorry. Wait, what? Yeah. Confident tribesman says, no outsider man has ever communed with the gods before. Warrior says, what would we be then, other than beasts? Ovate says, we deserve a better leader.
Estremor.
Hail, Estremor.
Tamran, though his eyes are closed and his posture still, the man before you keeps his head aimed at you, as if carefully following your movements. Hail to you, may your time in the Golden Grove be enriching. If you are in need of services, Tamran says, his eyes still closed, speak with Bletha, she will see to your concerns. Farewell. Okay. Ovate Erona often ventures to Elm's Shore. Alright. Let's go to Elm's Shore then. Better to live free as an animal than enslaved to compassion. What are these? Philosophy sessions? Alright. The gods have sent him to hunt the intruder. This I claim. Yeah, you're right. Aris is here to hunt Thaus. Elm Shore, alright. 13 hours. Wow. Where will the Ovate be? Cave? Adra pillars, Adra arch? Don't know, maybe here, the circle up here? Let's see. Of course. High over Teherona. An elf stands on a dais in the middle of a clearing. The ground is blanketed with leaves in various shades of russet and gold. Her eyes are closed and her arms folded in front of her. A curtain of autumnal yellow hair hangs in front of her face. As you draw near, she lifts her chin and looks at you with shifting hazel eyes.
Greetings, Estremor. You are among the Ovates of the Golden Grove.
Oh, it's Ovates? They brighten from dull brown to vivid green. Her voice is as soft as a breeze sighing through trees. Aris says, "And you are?"
High Ovate, an ancient elm among poles and saplings. We have taken root in the same soil, and the others grow in my shade. Their roots nourish my soil. My branches give them shelter. Together, we grow.
Her eyes pulse with a deep and summery green. High Ovate Eruna says, "Your essence churns like an eddy in the stream. Estramor, speak the questions on your soul." Aris says, "I'd like to know more about the Ovates of the Golden Grove."
Like the leaves of a tree, we are many sharing one source, one purpose. Living or dying, we nourish one another. The truths of the soul and of the body are written on every blade of grass and sung by every creature under the sun. We learn these truths and sing them back.
High Ovate Eruna says, "Ours is not the song of the gods, but of Weretha. This is why many of our numbers study the discourse of herbs and inhabit the skins of beasts." Aris asks, "Your druids, are you familiar with the ethic knoll?" A wrinkle of distaste curls High Ovate Eruna's lip. A swarm of maggots on a dead songbird, worms hollowing a mighty spruce. They celebrate the withering of life rather than its budding. They seize strength from others instead of accepting what Weretha freely gives. Her eyes dim to a blackish brown. They take pride in their independence from the gods, yet their leaders demand an even greater sacrifice. Death for life, strength from the spent essence of their petitioners. The ethic knoll offer another kind of servitude, and one to kith whose souls have long since rotted. Aris says, "I wouldn't really know." High Ovate Erona says, "Your answer is driftwood in the rapids. Fair enough to cling to for a time, but eventually you must choose a firmer position." Aris asks, "Speak plainly, will you?" She gives you a mischievous half-grin while her eyes fade to grey. "The words on my lips are the language of the stream cleaving stones and the wind guiding seeds. If you do not understand, it is because the tongues of kith have deafened you." Aris says, "Berath has sent me to end your life. It has continued for too long." Wait, do I really want to do this? What would Aris do? Aris says, "Berath has sent me to end your life. It has continued for too long."
And turned your turbulent passions against me, no doubt. What is a god that his voice should carry so far? And what are you that you should so eagerly obey? The gods only have dominion over what we seed, and you would cede matters of life and death to them.
Okay, so she's... okay. From this conversation and previous conversations, is it implied that the druids do not worship the gods? I am not sure. High Ovid Erona's mirthless laughter sounds like water breaking on rocks. Durance laughs thickly with derision. The gods set the rules and let us do as we will. But that is merely a test. And only a fool thinks he has been ceded anything. You do what your god wants or you face the fire. This woman is about to become an example. Aris asks, "Are you any different? You've extended your life beyond its natural span." High Ovid Erona says, "Through work and wisdom, the greater the tree, the more fruit it may yield." She nods at the Ovids gathered in the clearing. They are vines climbing an ancient elm into the sunlight. My growth sustains them. Should our harmony fall prey to a god's jealousy? Wait, I don't understand. Is she explaining how she achieved, how she extends her life? But I still don't know how she extends her life. Is it metaphor? Kana says, "As they say, the well of knowledge grows deeper by the season." Kana's voice is low and thoughtful, and we owe our elders respect. But if we are keeping to this metaphor, I think the gods make for older trees still. Ah, okay. Okay, can I end this quest amicably? I guess so, with the resolve option, I guess. I don't want to play words. I don't want Aris to play words, but I don't know. Should Aris try to negotiate with her? Or should Aris just attack? I've made my decision. Well, if Aris was willing to negotiate with the priest of Skyn, despite what he has done to the noble's niece, I see why Aris would not extend the same courtesy to High Ovid Erona, right? Aris, yeah, but it's too late. Aris could have extended the same courtesy to Glasval, the pale elf wizard, but he decided to fight him instead. Well, people makes mistake, including Aris. He's learning from now on. Aris says, "Your growth stunts theirs. They learn nothing apart from you. If this is what you demand of the other Ovates, you're no different from the Ethic Knoll or the gods." A storm of protest brews behind her color-shifting eyes. She says nothing for several seconds, but you see the fury slowly drain from her face as her eyes fade to the brown of dead leaves. Finally, Erona lowers her head. "Your words carry truth and shame. It was never my desire to diminish my followers, but I can see where perhaps my roots left no room for them to grow." Aris actually doesn't like playing words. It's not his style, but he has to finish this job, and he prefers to do it amicably from now on. Despite not extending the same courtesy to Glasval, for example. Yeah. Alright. High Ovid Erona continues. Very well, if my season has ended, then let me pass with it. As she closes her eyes, the warmth and color drain from her body. Her breathing slows, her ashen skin stiffening with a dull patina. When the last sigh that leaves her lungs, cracks carve their way across her flesh, dividing it into hardened ridges. Within seconds, Erona has petrified, her bark-encrusted face turned toward the Ovids below the dais. Wait, so she ended up dying anyway? Then what's the point of playing words with her if she ended up dying all the same? I thought playing words with her will make her stop prolonging her life, not ending her life. Dang it. Yeah. Should I tell the other druids at the Golden Grove about what happened to High Ovate Erona? Yeah, I think so. Let's tell Bletha and Tamran. History won't honor the slaughter of the weak by the strong. Yeah, I guess he's right. The strong do what they want. The weak suffer what they must. That's why it's better to be strong and powerful than weak. But it depends, I guess. Will I be willing to sacrifice all the things dear to me to become strong? Even my own conscience? I don't think so.
Builder's wisdom to you.
Nah, no conversation regarding High Ovate Erona.
Hail, Estramor.
Yeah, I think these druids don't care if High Ovid Erona dies or lives. Such a shame. Is this it? The one that I have to kill? Archdruid Reshtin? Is this it? Archdruid Reshtin says, "You return, here to make a sacrifice or merely to observe?" Aris says, "Berath believes it's time you paid your dues." Reshtin grunts. Then he can descend from his mighty pantheon and tell me himself. Forget it. Okay, is there a way to solve this amicably? No, I think. What would Aris do? Well, who is Aris but a mere mortal kith? How can he go against the deities? Archdruid Reshtin says, "You return, here to make sacrifice or merely to observe?" Aris says, "Berath believes it's time you paid your dues." Reshtin grunts. Then he can descend from his mighty pantheon and tell me himself. Aris says, "Actually, that's why I'm here."
Since when do the gods send mortals to collect? You're much too talkative to be the usher. This is the trouble with deities. They meddle in a world that they don't even inhabit. I hope they've promised you something better for your next life.
Yeah, I hope so too. For Aris' sake.
Gases, honor.
Where are the supplicants? I hope they escape and they are not. I hope they aren't part of the people who are fighting Aris. It would be unfortunate if they died. A solitary mark. It was difficult for Nasu to track down the cult that had taken a special interest in the marked people over such a large area. Eventually, Nasu managed to rout a small cell of the cultists and discovered a wealth of incriminating documents. The group called themselves the White Flame and believed that the marked individuals were meant to be vessels for a reincarnation of Eothas. The cult had started kidnapping marked people and taking them to holding areas for observation and experimentation. A map that Nasu discovered laid out several of these cells as well as new locations that they intended to target. With the assistance of the shield bearers of Saint Elga, Nasu was able to raid one of their strongholds in the Sithwood. It is unclear if the power of the White Flame is truly broken, but the abduction stopped shortly after Nasu's intervention. The Shield Bearers of Saint Elga. I think I remember this group from the character creation menu. They are a paladin order, right? The Shield Bearers of Saint Elga. Marked amulet. This strange amulet was once in the possession of the cult, called the White Flame, that was claiming marked individuals all over Eora. They believed these marked individuals would be instrumental in reincarnating the god Eothas. After you helped raid the stronghold in the Sithwood, the power of the cult was broken, if not completely eradicated. This amulet was left behind on one of their altars. I need to cure Sagani's injuries. Okay, it's cured. Let's go.
Beyond.
Lava!
Is it wise, killing the ethic knoll like this? But this is Berath's wish. Well, I guess the deity knows more about this Eora, about this world of Eora. Oops.
Moeth, Ipsi, Honor!
Beyond seek.
Lover of beyond seek.
Worthen. Beyond. See!
Worthen Raw!
Keeper Wirtha. She's not hostile? Alright. Keeper Wirtha. Head turns to you, but she seems to look past you through clouded eyes. I have heard the screams of the others, and smelled their blood in the air. A grim irony that the Ethic Knoll should perish alongside a millennium of sacrifices. The ancient dwarf inhales deeply. Your doing. Come to finish an old blind woman too? Or have you other business? No. The others, they attacked us, so we fight back. Well, I'm not blaming them for attacking us. We killed the Archdruid Reshtin. That's why they attack, so we didn't blame them for attacking us. But we're not here to kill you. You're not hostile, are you? I'd like to see what you have for sale. Something more? No. Sorry about what happened. Alright.